I'm only being requested to determine the brand of the shoe and the size of that shoe, and for whatever investigative assistance that may provide in a case.
Okay. And can you tell us, when you are asked to determine the size and the brand of a shoe, what things are you looking at to make those determinations?
Well, the size, you can always do more with sizing if you know the brand and you have exemplars or samples of those shoes. So the first step would be to attempt to determine the brand of the shoes. And for that purpose, major laboratories have computer databases. Back when I started in the 1970s, we didn't have that, so we put them in notebooks and separated them by whether they're a herringbone pattern or circular pattern or other types. And now with the computer database, it's possible to do a more efficient job at that. In cases where the computer database does not reveal that design, it's helpful to go as soon as possible after the crime, not wait a year or two later when the shoe designs in stores change, but to do it fairly quickly and go to local shoe stores to see if you can find that design in a local shoe store, because it may not be in a database. Once you establish the brand of the shoe, then depending on the way that shoe is made and other factors, what you have in the crime scene impression, is it just a little smidgen or is it several full impressions? Then you would more than likely get samples of those shoes from the store, or if you had the cooperation of the manufacturer, you would get them from the manufacturer.
Okay. And then once you've obtained those shoes that you believe may be corresponding brand, etc., what do you do with those shoes that you've purchased now?
Okay, I would make test impressions for the purpose of making a physical comparison with the features that show up in the impressions left at the crime scene. So that methodology would start with a side-by-side comparison. Obviously, if it was a similar design, but you could quickly say, oh no, but this one has 3 circles and this one has 9, you could exclude it just by looking at it that way and document that. If everything you look at side by side seems to agree, then you would take a test impression in a clear format, such as on a piece of clear plastic or film, and you would place it over top of that natural size shoe impression from the crime scene. And you would be able to look at not only the design, but the physical dimensions of that design at the same time. You could compare those simultaneously. And you would see, does this agree, or am I now able to exclude it because it looks like a similar design, but it's an inch short, or there's 4 bars in the heel and there's only 3 in the shoe, things of that nature. If it agreed, then you would go forward with the exam. And you could get into more detailed things like features on the shoe, general wear, randomly acquired characteristics like the cuts and scratches I mentioned, or things like texture, which is actually part of the design, but it's a small application of design on the shoe that's harder to see visually and requires enlargement and a little bit more detailed examination.
Okay. And talk to us about that texture. How is texture placed on a shoe? Or the
Well, I brought a lot of slides to show that. It would be much easier if I showed them to explain that.
Okay. I will. Let's start with WW3. No, first one. First slide. Yeah. I'm just going to call this WW3A for the first. Okay, go ahead and tell us what we are looking at here.
Okay, this is an educational slide to help explain where texture comes from and why it's so important in an examination. As shoes get bigger, whether the manufacturer starts at size 6.5 and goes to 15, or whether they start at 7 and only go to 12, each time it gets bigger, it either has to include more design or an enlargement of the same design. So these two examples show how that differs and how it can be used in a comparison. On the left is a K-Swiss brick pattern classic design. And the K-Swiss company refers to that as their brick pattern, and the size of the bricks are the same throughout the entire size range. So the dimension of each one of those bricks will be identical in a size 6.5, and a 7, and 12, 14, so forth. What that means is that as the shoe gets bigger, there has to be more bricks to fill the inside of it. And what the arrows are showing, on the left is the larger K-Swiss shoe. The red arrow is pointing to the same approximate area as the smaller shoe on the right. And you can see that there's not as many bricks on the right as there are on the left. So the left actually has a new row of bricks starting. And the bottom arrow on the left shows a similar thing, just in a different portion of the design. And you can find this in many places across these designs. So in this kind of a case, getting samples of the shoe, whether it be from a store or manufacturer, will enable an examiner like myself to determine what size the shoe is. On the right-hand side are two Walmart Athletic Works shoes. And they're an example of what happens when you keep the same content, but the size of that content increases like a photographic enlargement as the shoe gets bigger. So on the right is the larger shoe, and on the left a little bit smaller. And each of those different components are a little bit different in size. But as you go each half size, it's harder to tell that, particularly if the impression at the scene is not real clear or it's only representative of a small area. It becomes more difficult to size a shoe that way. But in addition to the general content of that design, there's an additional thing on this shoe called texture. And I don't know if I can point to this, but for instance, if you look at this particular block as well as the others, I can't reach the others, you can see there's a real fine design in there. And that's different in each mold, and that's referred to generally as texture. There's different ways of creating texture, but there's two primary ways. In this particular way, it was what's known as hand-struck stippling. So this texture is, I will explain in the next slides how that's put on a shoe and why it's different from in each mold.
Okay. And does texture become very important when you are trying to determine the size and brand of a shoe?
If a shoe design contains texture, and not all of them do, if it contains texture, and that texture is clearly visible in the crime scene impression, then it's a very important part of the comparison, whether you're comparing it to a suspected individual shoe or whether you're comparing it for purposes of sizing that shoe.
And triple W3B. And what are we looking at here?
So this slide is showing how in a factory, a artisan is using a steel die, shown with the arrow on it, and on the tip of that die, and you can also see an example of that die on the right side beneath the hammer. On the tip of that die is a pattern, and there are hundreds of patterns to choose from when selecting texture. And that, after the general design of that outsole is made and created in the steel alloy or aluminum, whatever the mold's made of, they will then, after that, come back. They may have 8 size 10s or 8 size 11s, and they won't have any texture, but they'll come around and the artisans will, by hand, take a steel die and insert in selected areas, as is shown on the right. We'll put the die tip against the steel mold, and strike it hard with a hammer and make an indentation in that mold. And when that's filled with the rubber material and you pull that shoe out, that material won't be depressed, it'll be raised, and you will get the texture pattern like you saw in the previous slide.
Okay. And can you tell us, this is something I should have asked you already, have you personally visited various factories where this kind of process is occurring?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and can you tell us approximately how many of those you have gone to?
I've been to about 25 shoe factories, but I didn't break it down how many of them I saw. I've been to some mold making factories 2 years ago. A lot of that's offshore now, so it's a long time. I would say I've been at least 4 or 5 where there was mold making involved, and they had this example. But there's also other processes that I've seen at these factories as well.
Okay. And States Exhibit W3C.
Okay, so I think we just let this slide come to the end and I'll explain it. We can show it again because I can't compete with the speed of the video and explain it. This is showing 2 artisans that are in a factory where the outsole mold has already been made, and they're actually creating this texture pattern in certain parts of that outsole design. On the left, the individual in the brown shirt, he's working more slowly, so he's probably creating maybe a row of stars or something where you have a single design on the tip and you're trying to put it in a certain row. On the right, the artisan there in the blue shirt is striking it more frequently, and he is rotating both the mold, and near the end he actually rotates the die in his hand because he's overlapping each strike and rotating it to create a mishmash mixture of that design on the tip. Both of these will be unlike any other mold. And so this is done as quickly as they can do it because the economics is everything in footwear manufacturing. In the end, it's going to create outsole molds that are different from each other.
Okay.
So if we could run that by one more time.
Sure.
I will say that if that die is not straight, it goes at an angle, it changes the shape of that pattern a little bit. If it's hit hard, it goes deeper. If it's hit lighter, it doesn't go, it's more shallow. And all of those things are normal variables. It's not just, it's the position mainly, but also the features in that position that make it so unique.
Okay. And then again, the number of different items that are placed there within a certain part of the outsole or whatever. It'll change from outsole to outsole.
Every outsole will be different.
Okay. Okay. So can you tell us, were you asked to consult in this case?
Yes, I was.
And can you tell us what you were asked to do?
I was advised that there were a number of impressions from crime scenes, and there were no shoes to compare, but it was their desire to determine the brand and, most importantly, the shoe size of the shoe that made the impressions. Okay.
And can you tell us, first of all, do you recall when that request was made?
Approximately June of 2018.
Okay. And in early August of 2018, were you provided with the gel lifts and the flooring cutouts that were obtained in this case?
Yes, those would be the Lifts are not the original impression. They're a lift of an impression, but the 4 cutouts, 3 of wood flooring and 1 of vinyl flooring, were actually brought to me for examination.
Okay, so the actual floors that were cut up and removed from the scene were brought to you?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And did you also obtain a DVD of images of the scene impressions and gel lifts?
Yes.
Etc.
So these would be the images that were taken of the various impressions at the crime scene, as well as photographs that were made of the gel lifts, probably using a copy camera, but rather than, because the gel lifts get covered back up, so they usually, when they open them up the first time, they take a picture of them, and that's your best evidence. So they were provided as well.
Okay. Mr. Bozak, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit WW2, 3 W's and a 2. It's an 8 pages stapled together. If you could look at that and tell me if you recognize what that is.
Yeah, this is a copy of my report on the results of my examination, and it's dated August 13th, 2018.
And can you tell us when you were asked to consult on this case and you were provided those various items that we talked about, what did you do next?
Well,
Or what did you
I
do?
took my own photographs of the original impressions that were brought. I went through the DVD and all of the images that were presented. My request was specifically regarding Walmart Athletic Works shoe designs. There were other shoe designs in the case and other shoes that were recovered from people, first responders and so forth. And I was not asked to look at those, but just the Walmart athletic shoe design.
Okay. And one of the questions I would have for you is, does the quality of the lifts determine your success?
The quality of the impression at the crime scene is directly related to any result that can be achieved through a forensic footwear comparison. It's just common sense that if somebody twists their foot or slips and you can see no design or just a little part of it, you're not going to be able to conclude as much and make it as valid a comparison as you can if it's a nice, a better quality impression.
Okay. And does the process that the crime scene agent used to preserve that impression also affect the quality of your?
Yes. In many cases, they're only photographed. In this case, 4 of the impressions were actually cut out and recovered and were chemically enhanced as well.
Okay. So you indicated that you were asked only to look at these Walmart Athletic Works shoe. Can you tell us what you did as a result of that?
Okay, so should we continue with the slides?
I guess if you just let us know did you make your own test impressions as well?
Yeah, so in the exchange between the BCI investigator Brian White, who brought the evidence to me, and looking at the images of test impressions of shoes that were made by BCI that were on the DVD, I was made aware that these were Walmart Athletic Works shoes. So the solving what kind of brand is it was already done. The day after I received those, I went to the Walmart that was closest to me in Palm Coast, Florida, and went to the men's shoes department, and they still had this brand and this design shoe. And I took with me small areas, picture of the images showing the texture of a couple of the impressions. And knowing that I could look at that texture and just take a shoe out of the box and turn it over and see if those mold characteristics were alike or different. So after spending a while at Walmart, I found many different sizes and shoes in size 10, 11, 12 that were different mold features, different texture. But I also was able to find one size 10.5 and one size 11 that corresponded in texture. So I purchased 3 pairs, size 10, 10.5, and 11, for purposes of further examination.
And let's go to the next slide. Sorry. And can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Okay, so these, at the bottom left is a portion of the toe area of one of the size 10.5 Walmart athletic shoes that I purchased for this, comparison of texture. On the bottom right is a size 11 that I purchased. If you just look at the two bottom impressions and you look at the texture, if I may point to that, and the different portions of the shoe, at the size you're looking at them, which would be very close to just turning the shoes over in the store if you were looking at them there. They both look the same. They have texture, looks the same at a quick glance. But I know, and the fact is that this texture is extremely different between different molds because of the random way that it's applied. And so I've taken one portion of each shoe, which the red arrow is connecting, and I've enlarged it just to show how different they are. And I've just put 2 green arrows in each, but you can look around the entirety of that particular block and see how different the texture is when you look at it more definitively like I would in a forensic examination. So this is an example of how the Walmart Athletic Shoe Works has hand-struck stippling that is different from each mold, and there will only be one size 10.5 that has that particular texture, and one size 11 that will have that particular texture.
And you have elected to enlarge that particular segment, but if you enlarged each of these segments, would there be differences?
Yes, you would find the same variances.
Okay. And did you prepare a hard copy of that particular slide?
Yes, because I didn't know how clear, when I come to court, I never know how clear the displays will be, and some of this is small, so I prepared a hard copy that would enable the court to see this better.
Okay. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to hand this to the jurors, and they can just look at it and pass it down as they are able to look at it.
Has defense seen it?
No, I haven't.
Well, it's just this.
Oh, it's the same thing?
Yeah.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's triple W3D. Okay. We can go to triple W3E, which is the next slide. Okay, and again, can you tell us what we are looking at here?
This is another example on the left of the difference in texture between not only the 11 and the 10.5, but the texture on each of these would be unique to one mold only. So on the left are 2 of the Walmart Athletic Works shoes that I purchased in Florida. One is 10.5 and one is 11. And just like the prior example, this is another portion of those shoes with 2 green examples, but again, you can look at the entirety of that block that show the tremendous variation in the texture pattern. So when that shows up in a crime scene impression, it's very useful for both inclusion, meaning it came from the same mold, which means it's the same size, or exclusion, meaning you can exclude that shoe because it does not have the same texture. So it's good for both of those purposes.
And once again, Mr. Bodziak, did you prepare a hard copy for better examination of this?
I did.
Okay. And Your Honor, again, if I could please provide this to the jury.
Any objection?
No.
Okay. Going to State's Exhibit Triple W3F. Okay. Oops. So, Mr. Bodziak, after you had obtained these shoes that you had determined for yourself were the same as the test impressions from Ohio, I guess. Did you make test impressions of those shoes?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you use those for comparison to the footwear impressions that had been recovered from the 2 different scenes in this case?
Yes.
And can you tell us what we are looking at in this particular slide?
So these are pictures of 4 original impressions that were recovered from the scene. The 2 on the left and the 1 on the far right are pieces of wooden floor that were cut out. And the one that's marked 23 is a vinyl flooring that was cut out. And they're marked 21, 22, 23, and 24. And these were represented to me as coming from the 4077 Union Hill Road scene.
Okay. And just because we haven't visited this in a little while, although I think, and to make sure that it's clear, yes? Yeah, you probably can't see that very well.
That's okay, I can try.
Okay, so if you need to refer to report, then please do so. There are, on your slide, we have items 21, 22, 23, and 24. Are you able to tell us, for instance, item 21, what was the respective evidence number for that? I believe that's on the first page under your item 3, actually, that has this.
Yeah, in my report, the 4 flooring cutouts, all 4 of these on this slide, were sent to me as item 3, but they're also described as items 21, 22, 23, and 24. And then they're also described as, respectively, as 23, 24, 35, and 47. This happens quite frequently with a police department assigning one number, a lab assigning another number, and so on and so forth. So I try to put all these in there so they can be connected.
Okay. And so specifically, item 21 is respective evidence number 23. Is that correct?
21 would be 23.
Okay.
Here.
And then item 22 then is evidence?
Evidence 24 right here.
Okay. And then item 23,
Item 23 is 35, which is way over here.
okay. And then item 24.
24 is item 47, which is back in the wood floor.
Okay. And specifically, I guess you have order. Let's go ahead and go to State's Exhibit W3G.
Well, if I could,
Oh, yeah.
I wasn't finished on this, if I may.
Sorry,
Okay.
yep.
So, just while all of them are up together, item 21 and item 24, the ones on the end, they were a left shoe impression that corresponded with a size 11 Walmart athletic work shoe. 22 corresponded with the left size 10.5 Walmart athletic shoe. 23, it was possible to see some similarities in the design, but none of the texture and the completeness of the impression. It was distorted and incomplete.
Okay. And did you attribute that to anything, the fact that that was not good for comparison?
Well, you can see that there's movement and distortion in it. You can see it's incomplete. Particularly up in the toe area, you can see it's blurred and slid. It's not uncommon to find impressions at scenes, whether it be in mud or wet mud or blood or other items that contribute to being slippery. And then just the normal movement, a person might pivot their foot or slide their foot. They may be impressions that come about during a struggle or other things. So finding distorted or smeared impressions like this at a scene is fairly common.
Okay. State's Exhibit triple W3H. And can you tell us what we're looking at there?
I think we skipped a slide. Oh, I'm sorry, we didn't. Go ahead. I've already talked about that. Okay, this is item 21, which was the picture on the left of the prior slide. And because the texture is so small and I'm trying to demonstrate some of the observations I made, I've taken just a small part of the crime scene impression 21 with a green box around it. And connecting to the green arrow in the center is an enlargement of that small area. And over top of that is a transparency of the test impression, which is black. The impression is purple, and it's superimposed over it. And so you can see where you have a clear representation of the texture. The known impression, which is from the portion of the shoe on the right of this exhibit, fits over the respective texture portions. Even the portions that you have little ovals here, it's part of the design where there's no texture at all. You can also see that.
Okay. And once again, did you prepare a hard copy of that particular slide?
I did.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I provide this to the jury?
Any objections?
No.
You may.
Okay. And the next slide, triple W3I, I believe you also already provided us this information, but if you could tell us what we're looking at there.
So the prior slide was item 21, and the conclusion was it was a size 11 Walmart athletic shoe, as is 24. The 22 pertains to the impression that I concluded was a size 10.5. And so that's the one that's in red, marked 22. And I also made that same type of comparison using the texture to link it to a specific mold that was a size 10.5.
Okay. And I believe the next, State's Exhibit W3J. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Yeah, on the left, item 22 is a Luco Crystal Violet LCV enhanced photograph of that piece of wooden flooring. And the primary impression at the bottom is the Walmart athletic shoe design. On the right is an example of how I would use a transparency. So that's the highlight, the lightened portion. Superimposing it over that impression at the same scale. And so that anything that appears in the crime scene impression, I would be able to compare the respective portions of the design as well as the texture with that. And I concluded that it corresponded with a 10.5 Walmart athletic shoe.
Okay. State's Exhibit WWW3K.
So this is an even larger portion of item 22. Again, not knowing how well easy this would be to see on a screen. And so this is just a portion of the texture of that impression, drastically enlarged. And the next slide is that same image, but with the overlay over it. So if we were to go to the next slide and back and then do that a couple times slowly, it would be a way of showing you what I'm seeing in my comparison when I superimpose that test impression and I'm looking at the texture and I'm pulling it back and I'm looking back and forth during this comparison. So if we could toggle between this and the next slide a couple times.
Yep, the next slide being WWW-3L. So go ahead and go back.
So if we could stop right there, and I would add that obviously there are areas in this impression, as is typically found, where there's excess blood, other blood spatter, interferences is what we call them, things that prevent a perfect representation of just one tapping of the shoe. And so there are some areas here that you can't see the texture, or it's maybe there's so much blood it's squeezing out and making that little piece of texture a little larger than it was. But there's plenty of good quality texture in this and the rest of that impression to reach this conclusion.
Okay. And then did you also provide a hard image with both of those State's Exhibit WWW3K and 3L side by side?
I did.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I provide that to the jury?
Any objections? You may.
I just put K and L on the same one on that. So I just made the hard images the same as the slide that they correspond to. Okay, so back to, I guess, why don't we go back to 3F, which will be D, yeah. You said 21 and 24 were the size 11,
That's correct.
correct? And again, that would be our evidence number 23 and 47. Can you show us where the 23 and 47 are up there?
47 is here, 23 is here.
Okay. And then the 10 and a half, I believe you said was item 22, which corresponds to evidence number 24.
And that's here.
Okay. And were you then asked to also look at some images or foot impressions from a different location?
Yes, I was.
And can you tell us how those impressions were provided to you?
They were provided through photographic images, and some of them were gel lifted too.
Okay. And again, did you use the test impressions that you had made from the shoes that you had purchased from Walmart?
I did, yes.
The next slide, which is WWW-3M. It's this. Oh, yep, okay. This is actually referring back to the one from the one on the linoleum that you said you were unable to reach a conclusion on because of the slippage, correct?
Well, I could reach a conclusion it was a similar design, but I couldn't examine it any further because the detail just was not there. Similarities are pointed with the arrows. There's some of the circles at the top in the design, and at the bottom and in the middle, and some general parallel lines in the heel area, but not really much detail. It's pretty distorted and pretty partial.
Okay. States Exhibit WWW-3N. Can you tell us what we are looking at there?
This is images, 3 images that I was provided for examination, taken of flooring from the address at 3122 Union Hill Road. And along with the description of these, the descriptions were made prior to me calling these 3 226 tread A, 226 tread B, and 213. So I kept those same item numbers.
Okay. And States Exhibit WWW-3O. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
So using the prior slide, there were 3. This was the one on the left that's repeated and marked 226 tread A. On the right is a slight digital enhancement. You see the same material. Some prefer to look at one versus the other, so I put both of them up there. But this is a portion of vinyl or linoleum flooring and the photographic images of those. and along the left side primarily, so it would be along this side here, is some of the design similar to the Walmart athletic shoes, and it does show some textured areas.
Okay. And so were you able to make a comparison based on those textured areas?
Yes, I was.
Okay. States Exhibit triple W3P. And can you tell us what we're looking at there?
So on the right is another photograph of a portion of that 226 tread A. In the center, with the red line connecting them, I've made even a greater enlargement of a portion of that. You can start to see that the texture actually does show up sufficiently for comparison. And then on the left, in kind of an orange color, so I could demonstrate the contrast between them better, is one of the known impressions in orange over the image that's in the center of this, showing how the texture in some of those areas still corresponds. Therefore, I was able to conclude that it corresponded with the size 11 Walmart athletic shoe. Came from that same mold, which was a size 11.
And then States Exhibit triple W3Q.
This was the center picture in the original slide of all three, 226 tread B. In this particular exhibit, I'm just showing again what a full-size test impression of the left shoe size 11 looks like when I use a natural size enlargement of 226 tread B and superimpose it over the Walmart athletic shoe design on that. And again, there was sufficient texture here to conclude it was a size 11.
And then States Exhibit triple W3R.
Yeah, this was the image on the right side of that original three-panel exhibit, image 213. You can see a very faint portion of a similar a portion of design that's similar to a portion of the Walmart Athletic Works design, but it's so fragmented, so partial, and so incomplete that I can't link it to any specific size or mold. And so it's similar to all of the 10 and a half, the 11, and even an item 69 shoe, which I examined.
And were you also asked to look at a size 10 athletic works shoe?
I did purchase a size 10 athletic work shoe. It didn't correspond with any of the crime scene impressions, except this one here, because it's so limited, I can't even make that same type of comparison. So I can't exclude this impression from anything, but all of the others I was able to exclude the size 10.
Okay. And so in this particular scene, I guess we can put that up there too. I believe it says on here, and I'm not sure if you have the corresponding, but it says this 25 is the gel lift of developed shoe print, and we've had other testimony, but the only footwear impressions that you were able to look at there, both you determined were size 11.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. And Mr. Berdziak, can you tell us, are all of these opinions that you concluded regarding the various sizes that you were able to either rule in or rule out, are those all to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, they are.
Okay. I have no other questions at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you. The defense may cross-examine.
Good morning, Mr. Berdziak.
Good morning.
My name is Rick Nash. I believe we've met before.
We did.
I'm an attorney. I'm not a shoe print impression expert, okay?
Yes.
So if I use the wrong terminology, please correct me.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to go over the testimony just for clarification, because like I said, I'm not an expert, in regard to the questions that you just answered, okay? And when
Yes.
I ask you questions, I'll just need you to answer out loud.
Sure.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to refer to, well, my understanding is you do work all over the world, right?
Primarily in the United States.
Okay. And so I'm going to refer to this case as the Ohio case, okay?
Sure.
All right. So in regard to this Ohio case, my understanding is that you were asked to determine the brand of the shoe that left the impressions that we spoke about, as well as the size. Is that right?
It's primarily the size. If I didn't have the brand, they provided the brand already. If I didn't have that, then I would have to obviously provide the brand first before I could get samples to go on with the sizing.
Okay. And when you started on this Ohio case, you were given some information, right?
Yes.
And I think you were given a lab report of the BCI analyst. Is that right?
There were several lab reports that were provided me somewhere along the way, yes.
And we've heard testimony from a Suzanne Elliott who testified in regard to shoe impressions. Did you review her report?
At some point in time, I did, yes.
And so just to get straight to the root of the matter, you didn't find any discrepancies or anything that she had done wrong in her report, did you?
I didn't look for her report for that purpose. I just looked at it to make sure I had the same items of evidence that she did.
Okay, all right. So whatever conclusions you arrived at, you did it independent of her report.
Yes.
Okay, but you did tell me, or you told all of us here on your direct examination, that this is an athletic work shoe, a Walmart athletic work shoe. That was something you were told, though, right?
That's what's on the shoes, I believe. And I was told that, but I believe it's also marked on the
Okay.
labels on the shoes.
And so just generally speaking, if you were asked to determine the brand of a shoe, how would you do that?
Well, if I had a computer database that I had access to, which I don't as a private examiner, I would search that first.
Okay, that's what I was waiting to hear. And so it sounds like law enforcement agencies have access to a database which may help that person determine the brand of a impression. Is that right?
Or, as at least with one report in this case, they were not able to determine it from a database.
Okay. And if a shoe does not appear in a database, am I correct in that you cannot conclude that that shoe belongs to a particular manufacturer?
Whether it appears in the database or not, in some cases, you can't conclude it belongs to a specific manufacturer.
Okay, right. So if I just diverted my attention, so if it doesn't show up in a database, you can't conclude it belongs to a particular manufacturer, is that right?
Some shoes are proprietary, meaning a company has invested a great amount of money in creating a design of their own. They may protect it with legal patents, and you will never find it on another shoe unless it's a counterfeit, but that's a whole different story.
Okay.
And then there are other shoe molds made in the world and we're talking mainly in Asia, but in other countries as well, that are known as open source molds. And those are companies that sell outsoles to smaller shoe companies that don't have enough money and resources to create their own molds. So surprisingly, you won't find that with Nike, but you might find it with, years ago, you might even have found it with a company like Timberland. And there are some companies that all they do is make molds to sell their outsoles to a lot of different places. So there's all sorts of possibilities with regard to what you're talking about.
And that is the problem with saying, I guess, identifying a particular outsole impression to a manufacturer, because if it's a non-proprietary shoe, you just can't conclude that, right?
Well, when I say Walmart Athletic Works shoe, I bought the shoes at Walmart, and that's the shoe I compared it with.
Right.
To be clear, that's what I'm saying. I
Okay.
didn't travel around the world and look at every mold
Right.
and find there's another one made out of a different name somewhere. I can't eliminate that possibility, but the reason I used the term Walmart Athletic Works shoes is that that shoe design I obtained from Walmart.
Right, and so you and I have talked about and said some things here. I just want to make sure I understand you correctly. When you say outsole, you're actually talking about the bottom part of this shoe, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's the outsole impression. If, say, there was some substance and you left it, that's what you're looking at, is that outsole impression.
That's correct.
Okay. And and if I understand this correctly, if a manufacturer of a shoe mold, and we saw those pictures of the artisan tapping the die and creating that texture, if that shoe mold is either sold to another company or if the actual outsole is sold to different companies, all of those are going to be the same because they came from the same mold, right?
The 10.5 that I examined
Yeah.
would be a 10.5 regardless.
Okay.
So
So if I had one 10.5 mold and I made 10,000 of these outsole molds, they're going to be identical, right?
that's correct.
Okay, all right. And so while we're speaking of, well, could you tell me if this outsole is a non-proprietary outsole?
Could I tell you that? No, I have
Yes.
no personal knowledge of the business of who made that.
Well, you've been doing this for a long time, since the 70s, right?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to hand you what has been previously marked as Wagner Exhibit 39. Could you take a look at that and see if there's two names on there you recognize?
On the front page?
Yeah.
Yes, mine and Christy Schneider's.
Okay, all right. You know Christy?
Yes.
And do you recognize what that is?
Yes, this is a copy of the slides from a workshop, which was a 4-hour workshop that I provided 1 year, a long time ago, I don't remember the exact year, at the International Association for Identification annual meeting. They call it an educational conference, and I typically do 2 workshops each year.
Okay, all right. So I have marked, you'll see there's 2 blue sticky notes there. Go to the first one and tell me, do you see an image there that seems similar to something you've seen here recently?
Yes,
And what is that?
it's a picture of an outsole on a shoe that I bought from Walmart years ago for purposes of, I constantly collect shoes to demonstrate certain things. And this was a great example. May I produce this to the?
Absolutely.
This was a good example of texture,
Yes.
and I did buy it at our local Walmart.
Are you saying that is an athletic work shoe?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So I have another blue sticky note. If you
I'm saying it's a Walmart shoe that I bought. I don't know at the time what they represented in name, but it's a shoe I bought at Walmart.
Okay, all right. So as I was saying, there's a blue sticky note. There's a second one. If you could open up that page.
Yep.
And do you see an impression on that page, or do you see a picture of an outsole that is similar to an impression that you've seen here recently?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a similar design to what we have in front of us, what I've talked about.
And is there a manufacturer on that picture?
There is down at the bottom.
Yeah, and who is that?
I'm sure you've read it as a big Z and then it's written backwards, so I'm not going to try to
Yeah.
to read it backwards, and then, but you can tell us, and I can confirm it. I can't read that from,
How about right there? Do you see that?
yes, I see it, but I can't read it.
Oh, okay,
It's
all right.
real dark and it's backwards.
Okay.
It
If
looks
I told you it was starter brand, could you,
T-A,
would you agree with
I can see that now, starter, yes.
Okay, so starter. So I need you to take a look at that image and tell me if that impression or if that picture matches the same outsole here on this athletic work shoe.
Okay, what you're, let's see, this is a, when these images are made, if I can produce this.
Please,
here.
absolutely.
When these images are made, can I
Please, yes.
unstick these, or, well, I'll just, so this is the left shoe, and I'm going to turn it around, and you see how when you turn it around, it now curves the other way. So in this case, when you make an impression and you make an exhibit like I've made today, and like I've made here, I have to take that picture and flip the picture so that when you're looking at the impression it would leave, which would be flipped, it would be the same. So this is actually a left shoe in your picture, and this is a left shoe, but if I look at it, it's not reversed. So that would be a reversal of this.
Right.
Okay, now, in the area down here, if you look at the shoes that are part of this case that I bought for this case,
Yes.
you can actually see, and we can pull those slides up if need be, or bring out the shoes. There's actually a very fine border of a rectangle.
Okay.
And that rectangle is typically, when you see that, it's an open source mold. So they can go on the back side of the mold and tap that out, and they could come along later and put a starter name in there.
Okay.
And so, or they could just put some way to obscure that totally. So
Right.
there's a lot of different things you can do. Just looking at these, I can't tell you exactly what's been done over a period of years, and I can't make a comparison of the texture with what you
Sure.
have. But if you're asking, could there be other brands that have this shoe
Yes.
where the texture's still the same,
Yes.
but other things have been changed? The answer is yes, if that's what you're asking.
Yes. So when we say that this is an athletic work shoe, we've just now determined, I think through our discussion, that this is an open source outsole, that there could be numerous shoes, such as a starter, that left some of these impressions. Is that right?
Well, again, to be clear, I didn't say it was a Walmart Athletics Work outsole.
I
I
thought
said
I
it
saw
was-
that on your slides.
It said shoe, not outsole.
Okay.
The Walmart Athletic, the source of the Walmart Athletic shoe outsole came from a mold that could have been used at other times by other manufacturers, if that's what you're getting.
Yes,
Yeah,
and if you could help me, let's, Judge, if we may, publish this to the jury of the photograph along with the outsole here. Yeah.
Any objection?
No,
So we're talking about this picture right here. That's what you and I have been talking about, right?
yes.
Okay. And so, in the picture of what you say is a shoe that you have bought from Walmart, says starter, it has a star there, right?
Yes.
And starter is a brand of a shoe, right?
That would be the,
You've been doing this for many years,
yeah,
right?
yes, but
Okay.
the name on the shoe, I don't know if you'd always equate it with a brand, but it's just a name that's on the bottom of the shoe.
All right. And so sometimes when we're looking for the manufacturer of a shoe, sometimes it's easy for us because the logo, there may be a logo that's in the impression, right?
It's possible.
Okay. Now, you didn't see any impressions or any logos in the impressions that you had?
That's correct.
All right. And I think the answer that you had previously given to me is when there's a big open area, that may be where another brand or another manufacturer may put their logo in, on, say, a generic outsole.
It's
right?
possible.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as Wagner Exhibit 40. You would agree with me that these Walmart athletic work shoes are a little different in that they do have a brand on them in the impression, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, when you say different, I'm seeing them on these shoes. They may have been worn off the shoes that made an impression at any particular crime scene.
Okay.
You don't always, those are usually pretty shallow. They can be worn off, and now you don't see them.
Okay. And I think you were given some tracings of feet and measurements using a Brannick and some other, I think, foot impressions into like a foam or a gel. Is that right?
Yes.
And am I correct that those impressions that you were given were of the suspects in this case?
They were of 2 individuals in this case.
Okay. And so like I said, we've heard other testimony in this case about shoe impressions. I'm going to ask you the same question. Can you tell us, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, that George Wagner left the impression in any of those crime scenes?
You're conflating different statements. First, you're asking me about examples of a person's size.
Yeah.
And then you're skipping to this next question. Can you separate those? I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
Well, let me just ask you a little more simple. Are you here testifying today that George Wagner left one of those impressions?
In summary, no.
Okay.
Simply of what the size shoes are.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. You still have that exhibit up there? No? Defendant's exhibit? Oh. I'm missing one today. Okay, so you were asked about this outsole that you actually previously purchased from Walmart, correct?
I did, yes.
And do you remember when that was?
June, let me see, if I can refer to my report.
Sure. Oh, I'm sorry. I was speaking specifically, Mr. Mosiak, about the ones in the defendant's exhibit, the
Oh.
starter shoe, I think you called it.
That was probably at least 8 or 10 years prior.
Okay. And specifically, for the purposes of your comparison here, well, first of all, there are some differences in that outsole, correct?
Yes,
As far as there's writing in one of the areas,
yes,
and then there's that starter logo that does not appear on the Athletic Works
Yes.
shoe, correct? So there are differences in the outsole between the Athletic Works shoe and the shoe that they showed you in that
yes,
thing. Okay. And specifically, you purchased a size 10, a size 10 and a half, and a size 11 in the Athletic Works shoe, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. And those were the shoes that you used for your comparison.
That's correct.
And you concluded that, I'll just stick with the items number 21 and 24 from the 4077 Union Hill Road originated from the same mold as the size 11 Athletic Works shoe,
That's correct.
Okay. And you determined that item 22 originated from the same mold as the size 10 and a half Athletic Works shoe, correct?
That's correct.
And then regarding the 3122 Union Hill Road, you determined that both of those prints that you were, or footwear impressions that you were able to make comparisons on originated from the same mold as a size 11 athletic work shoe.
That's correct.
Okay. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Any additional cross?
No questions.
All right, you step down.
Thank you.
Take our morning recess this time. We'll be in recess until 11 o'clock. While you're at recess, ladies and gentlemen, do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence by anyone. Do not form or express an opinion concerning this case. Do no research at all concerning the facts or the law of this case from any source at all. Do not read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of this case from any source at all, and have no contact with the participants in the case, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. At 11 o'clock, you will assemble at the jury room. You'll be brought up from there by court personnel. Anything further from either the state or the defense at this time before we take our morning recess?
No.
Then we are in recess until 11 o'clock. You may be seated. State of Ohio may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state would recall Special Agent Ryan Schneider.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer unto God?
I did.
You may be seated. The state may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Could you go ahead and restate your name for the record, please?
Ryan Schneider.
Okay. And Agent Schneider, can you tell us, did you participate in the proffer of Jake Wagner in April of 2021?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you recall the dates that occurred?
Day one was April 17th, and then the second day was April 19th.
Okay. And prior to engaging in that proffer with Jake Wagner, did you meet with the family and get their approval first?
Yes,
The family of the victims specifically?
yes.
I'm sorry. The objection was to which?
Meeting with the family, getting approved.
I'll overrule the objection. Let it stand.
Thank you, Your Honor. And can you tell us, as a result of the first day of the proffer, the 17th, what next investigative steps did you take?
We executed a search warrant Sunday, the 18th, at the Flying W Farms
Okay. And why did you do that?
because Jake had told us where the murder weapons were located on that property.
Okay. And did you put that information specifically in the application for the search warrant?
Yes,
Okay. And you indicated you executed that on the 18th, correct?
yes,
Okay. And did you also make any attempts to track down a vehicle?
yes, we did.
Okay. And again, what were you looking for and how did you go about doing that?
During the proffer, Jake had mentioned that they had acquired a truck, a pickup truck that was used for the murders, and he had indicated that it had been taken to his Uncle Bobby's house in Athens County, and so we sent agents to that area to see if they could observe the vehicle on that property.
Okay. And regarding the pond at the Flying W, who all participated in that search?
Present at that search warrant was BCI, the prosecutor's office, a representative from the Pike County Sheriff's Office, and dive team members from Franklin County Sheriff's Office as well as the Ross County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And was your focus specifically on the lake or pond at the Flying W?
Yes, we were told that the items were located in the large pond or lake in the pasture area of the Flying W Farms.
Okay. And were you directed to the exact part of that lake that you would expect to find these items?
Yes, we were.
Okay. And can you tell us, did you find any items that match the description in the area that you were directed to?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And specifically, what did you find?
So if you remember on the jury view, when we had you walk along the dike area or the wall of the lake that was along the roadway, at that back corner there's like a spillway, and that is where Jake said that we would find a goose house with the anchors, the concrete anchors, and the firearms would be, that were used in the murders would be located in those anchors. And that's where we did find the goose box.
Okay. And at that time, do you recall whether the goose box was floating on the top of the water or if it had immersed?
No, it was in poor shape. It was not floating. It was not white anymore, as he had indicated. It had weathered and had been under the water.
Okay. And were buckets with concrete in them also located?
Yes.
Can you tell us what happened with the buckets once they were recovered from the water?
They were collected and photographed by a crime scene agent. They were x-rayed, and then they ultimately were transported to BCI London to be submitted to our evidence room and then later to our firearms lab.
Okay. And what was there a request made of the firearms lab regarding those buckets?
Yes.
And what was the request?
Whether or not they could, dismember the concrete and preserve the evidence if there was evidence inside there. Were they equipped to do that? And if they did remove them, what kind of things they thought they could do with the firearms that were inside.
Okay. And was somebody from the lab willing to make those efforts?
Yes.
And who was that?
Matthew White.
After the search of that lake on the Flying W, did you finish the proffer with Jake the following day?
Yes, on the 19th.
And after that, were you also able to ultimately track down the truck that Jake indicated that had been given to, or taken to the property of his uncle Bobby?
Yes.
Okay. And was it in fact at that property?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit N1. Well, can you tell us what date you recovered that?
April 21st, 2021.
Okay. I'm sorry. Yep. And can you tell us what we are looking at there?
This is an overall photograph of the 2000 GMC pickup truck that we seized from the property belonging to Bobby Wagner.
Okay. And State's Exhibit N2, which is 991.
Again, another photograph of the same vehicle.
Okay. State's Exhibit N3, which is 992.
This is a rear view of that vehicle, capturing the license plate that's attached to it.
Okay. And N4, which is 993.
Same vehicle. This is a side view, and there was a description provided by Jake, reference this area right here, that there was a hole in the bed during his proffer.
Okay. And did you locate a hole?
Yes.
State's Exhibit N6, which is 995.
Front view of the same vehicle.
State's Exhibit N8, which is 997.
Same vehicle. This would be a passenger side view from the front.
And triple N9, which is 998.
This is an interior shot of the vehicle and the contents that were located within the interior of the vehicle.
Okay. And did you make contact with any of the Wagners at that time?
We made contact with Bobby, his wife Julia, and their daughter Katie Wagner.
Okay. And State's Exhibit triple N10, which is 999.
This would be the same vehicle. This is a view of the bed of the vehicle.
Okay. And then triple N11, no, I don't know if this is 6236, no? Okay. We'll deal with that later. Do you know which ones these are? We can do them later if you want.
60 what?
36.
This is the truck after it was seized, and it was towed back to a facility that was used by the Athens County Sheriff's Office. It was moved to be stored there.
Okay. Would you tow that naturally, or was that vehicle no longer in operating condition?
It was disabled. It had been parked for several years.
Okay. State's Exhibit triple N12, which is 6234.
Again, this is the same vehicle. This is inside the facility that is controlled by the Athens County Sheriff's Office and where the vehicle was stored.
Okay.
After it was seized, it was stored there.
Sorry. Triple N13, which is 6258.
This is a photograph of one of the sidewalls of the bed in the vehicle and highlighting some of the stuff that Jake had described.
Okay. And State's Exhibit triple N14, which is 6259.
This is inside the bed of that vehicle, and this is a tie-down hook and a ledge inside the bed.
Did you also, were the Bobby and Katie and Julie Wagner cooperative with you?
Very cooperative.
And did they provide a copy of a title?
Yes, they did.
Are these? No, okay.
Show me what it is.
Okay. Handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit triple X1. If you can tell us what that is.
This is a Ohio Certificate of Title for Adams County, Ohio. The owner name is Silas Wagner out of Peebles, and it is a 2000 GMC pickup truck. And the title date on it is, it was issued 5/27 of 2015.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit triple X2. You can tell us what that is. It's the X.
This would be a title record for that vehicle, and
It's this. Is
yes,
that correct?
yes, that's.
Sorry.
So XXX2 would be the BMV title record for the 2000 GMC pickup truck, and it is now showing the owner as Katie Wagner out of Shade, Ohio. Previous owner Silas Wagner out of Peebles, Ohio, and the issue date is 4/22/2016. Which I don't know if you can see, but right here's the issue date.
Okay. Triple X3, which is the one that you were just on between these two.
This is the title that Katie Wagner provided us. This is what she was handed by Billy Wagner when he gave her the truck.
Basis would be,
He's indicating who gave something to
yep, must sustain the objection must be shown how he knows who handed who the title and so forth.
How did you obtain that document?
When we were executing the search warrant at that property, we interviewed Katie Wagner, and she explained the details of how she...
Well, we interviewed Katie Wagner. We'll stop there. I'll sustain the objection to any addition to that answer.
Okay.
I don't want to get into hearsay about things.
So she provided us this title. The title shows that the, I believe this is the back of the title, and it says that the transfer or buyer's printed name is Katie Marie Wagner. It has the mileage on the vehicle. It has the current owner, Silas Wagner, and his signature. And it's an application for title at the bottom with Katie Wagner's name on it. And it's the 22nd day of April, 2016. So it's showing the transfer.
Okay. And then XXX4.
This would be the clerk of court's filing for that vehicle, the 2000 GMC pickup truck, showing that it was titled into Katie Wagner's name, and the date is 4/22/2016, and the time is 16:42 hours, which would be 4:25 p.m. There's the date and time.
Okay. And then XXX5.
This would be another clerk of court's record for that title number, the 0500633979, issue date 4/22/2016, and it's stamped.
Okay. As a result of the proffer and the search of the lake at Flying W and the recovery of that vehicle, were you present in the courtroom on April 22nd of 2021 when Edward Jacob Wagner entered a plea of guilt to all of the counts in the indictment, with the exception of the death penalty specifications?
I was present on the 22nd of April.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
The defense may cross-examine.
We have no questions.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Does the state have another witness to call?
Well, yeah. I don't think before lunch, Your Honor.
Our lunch recess until 1 o'clock. At 1 o'clock, you're to assemble, or just a few moments prior to that, you're to assemble at the jury room, and you'll be brought up at 1 o'clock by court personnel. While you are on break, you're not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else, not to permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence by anyone, not to form or express an opinion concerning this case, to do no research at all concerning the case as to the facts or as to the law from any source at all? Do not view may be seated. Is the state of Ohio ready to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state will call Lieutenant Ed Schilling.
And the defense is ready, is that correct?
Yes.
please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer unto God?
I do.
You may be seated. State may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. In a nice loud voice, can you give everyone your name, and I'm going to need you to spell your last name for the court reporter.
I'm Lieutenant Ed Schilling, Schilling.
And Lieutenant Schilling, where do you work?
The Franklin County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked for the Franklin County Sheriff's Office?
24 years.
Okay. If you could, we're going to run through your career a little bit. When did you first start working there, and what was your first duty assignment?
My first assignment was at the Jackson Pike Correctional Facility in June of 1998.
What did you do during that assignment, or what were your duties with respect
I
to
was
that?
a deputy sheriff, and my duties were just different jail duties, whether taking care of inmates or booking and slating.
And with Franklin County, is that pretty much how everybody starts at the sheriff's office? They end up starting in corrections or starting in the jail?
Yes, the majority of them start in the jail, and then through seniority, you move out from there.
Eventually, did you want to get out of the jail and get to the road?
Yes.
Were you able to do that?
Eventually, yes. I
Okay.
ended up taking a promotion to corporal, went to the radio room for a short while, our communications department. Then I went to sergeant at our main jail downtown, back to the Jackson Pike facility as a sergeant and a lieutenant, then lieutenant to the radio room, then third shift patrol, and then my current assignment as first shift patrol commander.
Okay, let's walk through that a little bit. Let's go to the radio room. When you're at the radio room, what are your responsibilities at the radio room?
Monitor the radio traffic for any major incidents involving our department or other departments, doing the timesheet for the communication techs, making notifications, stuff like that.
In your role there at the radio room, did you ultimately become a supervisor of the radio room?
Yes, at the time it was civilian communication techs, dispatchers, and uniformed sheriff's office supervisors as their supervisors.
Okay. And did you also end up eventually getting into a leadership or supervisory role there at the jail or in corrections?
Yes,
And what were your duties as a leader or as a supervisor in corrections?
most of it revolved around timesheet scheduling of the deputies, responding to active incidents within the jail, and then just general supervision over the inmates also.
Eventually, you said you made your way out to the road,
Yes.
and tell us what your duties were when you made it out to the road.
I started out as a third shift patrol lieutenant, so a lot of my responsibilities stayed the same as far as supervising over the deputies, doing timesheet leave requests, reviewing reports, making sure they're accurate before they went forward, and managing any major incidents.
There at the Franklin County Sheriff's Office, as you wind your way through your career or make your way through the ranks, are there opportunities for you to do different specialty duties?
Yes, most of our specialty units, with the exception of SWAT recently, are all secondary jobs. So our first job is our regular assignment. In my case, it's first shift patrol commander. But then you can do other teams such as dive team, mounted unit, bomb squad.
Okay. When you decide that you want to do one of those specialty units, is there a tryout process and extra training that goes with that?
Yes, all special teams have a tryout that involves a physical fitness test along with a interview. And then once you're on the team, there's a lot of training that goes into it.
And growing up, before you even became a law enforcement officer and early on in your law enforcement career, did you have any experience with scuba diving at all?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I had always wanted to go scuba diving. When I was in college at OU, I tried to sign up for scuba diving class. I couldn't get in it. And then shortly after I got on with the sheriff's office, I ended up having a chance to get certified in basic open water.
And tell us, how did that happen there at the sheriff's office? with respect to your opportunity to become certified?
I got hired in June of '98. In August of that year, another deputy I worked with was trying to get his instructor certification, so he was hosting a open water class, so I took that down at the Circleville Twin Quarries.
Okay. And if you could, take the jury through, what does it take to become a basic underwater diver? What kind of classes do you have to do? What kind of technical tests do you have to do? And what are the limitations of being a basic underwater diver?
Your basic certification consists of about 12 to 15 hours of classwork. Now it's done online. Back then it was done in person. Then you do your in-water skills test. Normally you start off in a pool, then you'll move to an open water. That will consist of, we call it ditching and donning, removing your mask, putting your mask back on underwater, taking your regulator that supplies your breathing air, take it off and on, taking off your, it's called a BCD, buoyancy compensator device. It's the vest you wear that inflates and deflates to help you rise up and down. Basically just making sure you're comfortable with your equipment and being able to manage the equipment underwater.
Now, with respect to scuba diving and the different pressures and, I guess, physiology and physics involved with being underwater for a prolonged period of times, is scuba diving inherently dangerous?
It can be very dangerous if you don't do it right.
Okay.
If you follow the established protocols, established rules that most scuba diving agencies have set out, they're all pretty similar now. The biggest one is your depth and your time at certain different depths.
And can things go very wrong from a health and physical well-being if you don't manage that depth and time
Yes,
of depth, right?
if you follow the guidelines and don't push anything if it hurts, it's a perfectly safe sport. I've done it 24 years. I love it. If you don't follow the warning signs or if you do something wrong, it can be deadly very quick.
Now, were you able to successfully complete that basic underwater diving course and become certified in basic scuba?
Yes.
And when you did that kind of whet you said you'd been interested in it, did that kind of whet your appetite to do more?
Yes, I love scuba diving. I loved it as soon as I started. As soon as I got certified in my open water, I started acquiring some of my own equipment. And then in December of '98, I was able to try out for our Sheriff's Office dive team.
Okay. And what did you have to do to try out for the dive team?
It was a physical fitness test that consisted of a 1.5 mile run, a set number of push-ups within a minute, set number of sit-ups in a minute, a couple pull-ups. Then you had 5 minutes to get your equipment on, get in the water, and then there was about a 50 to 55 minute dive underwater where they basically repeated the basic open water test and then added some more to it with treading water and swimming through an enclosed bus looking for a small baby doll they had put there.
Eventually, were you able to pass all of those requirements and become a member of the Franklin County Sheriff's Office dive team?
Yes, I got on in March of 1999.
Okay. Is it pretty competitive? Lots of guys wanting to get on the dive team, or at least back then?
Back then it was fairly competitive. There was probably about a dozen of us that tried, a couple that got on.
Okay. So take the jury through. Once you get on, is there additional training that you have to go to make sure that you can do the type of diving that's required of being on a law enforcement dive team?
Yes, we start off, you have to have your basic open water just to try out for the dive team, just to make sure that we're not wasting time putting somebody on that can't handle it. After that, you'll start running through your different certifications. Those will include your advanced open water, deep water, dry suit diving, full face mask diving, multi-level diver, wreck diver, rescue diver, and there are several others. I think I have a total of about 18 certifications.
Okay. And you talked about deep water diving. Again, does your basic underwater certification only train you or allow you to go to a certain depth and you have to just for safety
Limit
purposes?
for basic is about 30 to 40 feet,
Okay. What's the limit for deep water?
130 feet.
And again, when you're dealing with the deeper water, are there different physics and different pressures and different safety considerations that you have to take into effect?
Yes.
Okay. Now, walk us through the Franklin County dive team. How many people are on it? How often do you train? And how do you get called out when an agency needs you?
Okay, currently we have 15 members on the dive team, including our 2 equipment techs who aren't divers, but that help out just with getting equipment set up, driving the truck, stuff like that. There is a dive team commander, a couple team leaders, and the rest of the team is split up into 2 separate teams, mainly for training and somewhat for deployment logistics. We normally get activated depending on how it goes. Sometimes it may be we're on duty and a call comes out on the radio from dispatch that someone's gone in the water. Or a lot of times we'll get contacted from outside agencies to assist them, since a lot of agencies don't have a dive team, or if they do, they're not as well as equipped as we are.
And when you get contacted, how do you end up going to where you needed to be? Is there a process? Do you have your own equipment with you? Do you go to a central location and grab equipment? How's that work?
Every diver on the team is issued a full set of dive gear that they can dive, basically a full mission just out of the trunk of their car. Then we have 2 equipment trucks and a trailer and a few boats that holds other equipment that we don't issue out individually, such as metal detectors, our commercial hard hat diving equipment, lift bags, stuff like that. When I get notified, if it's in county, we'll start the team activation, start getting people there. If it's in out of county, particularly on an evidence search, we'll try and get the requesting agency or the sheriff's office there to give us an official request. Normally email is fine. And then I'll send it up my chain of command to my major and my chief deputy to get authorization to go out of county.
Okay. And you testified that one of the things you do is an evidence dive. Walk the jury through the different types of dives that you may be requested to do or to assist with.
A rescue of a human is obviously our priority. If we can rescue someone before they get into further trauma or injury, then that's the best thing we're going to try and do. We do body recoveries. Most of the time it's a swimming accident, boating accident, could be a vehicle that went in the water. We have done a couple animal rescues of animals that are trapped. We'll do ice diving, which is diving underneath the ice, because that's a whole nother level of complication and danger. And then we'll do a lot of evidence searches for mostly weapons. We have looked for drugs and other tools that were used in the commission of the crime.
And if you could, walk the jury through when you have to go into a body of water that you don't know about, I guess it's river, lake, whatever it may be. What are some of the safety considerations that you take into account when, other than just the physics of diving, that could be an issue for your dive team in unknown waters?
The biggest danger is going to be entanglement. Something like barbed wire, rebar, concrete, having a car shift over top of you while you're trying to hook up a J-hook to tow it out. Anything such as that is a big danger because it eliminates the possibility of the deputy being able to get up on his own.
And I imagine, or does your training that you go through take into account how to mitigate those risks and how to deal with them if they occur?
Yeah, everything we try and do is to mitigate the risks. I mean, there's obviously risk when you're in water. How we approach a car underwater is going to be one. Every year, normally in December, we do entanglement training. That's a pretty intensive set of training.
Okay. At some point, were you called to assist down here in Pike County with a dive related to the Rhoden family murders?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember when you were called, when you were initially called?
I believe it was for the initial time we were down here.
The 2021 time.
Okay. I believe that was in April of 2021.
Okay.
I was contacted by, I believe he's a Major Al Lewis.
Okay. And what was the nature of that request?
They were requesting us to try and search for and recover 4 concrete objects.
And when you got that request from Pike County and Major Lewis specifically, did you run that up your chain of command, and were you given permission to activate the team?
Yes, I contacted Major Keys. He's my immediate supervisor for dive team, and he authorized us to respond.
If you could, once you were authorized to respond, walk the jury through how you alerted the team, and then what the plan was, where you went, where your initial meeting was.
Okay. At the time, we used a system called One Call Now. It's just a group messaging system where we can contact everybody on the team at once. We'll coordinate when we're going to meet. We'll meet at our special vehicles building, which is where we house all of our equipment that is not individually issued out to the guys. Then we'll caravan down to, I believe we met at the Pike County Sheriff's Office building, then went from there to, I believe it's the Flying W farm.
Okay. Did you bring any special equipment, or did you just bring your normal equipment that you bring to dive a lake like this?
We pretty much brought most of our equipment. Most of it's stored within the, I call it the big truck, which is a big Freightliner truck, and then our pickup truck. And it's the majority of all the equipment we have, along with at least 1 boat.
When you got down here to Pike County and did the initial meetup with local law enforcement, at some point did you learn that a search warrant had been obtained to search this property, or search specifically this pond?
Yes.
Okay. And eventually, did you go out to the Flying W farms in the lake at that farm?
Yes, we did.
Walk us through, how did you get onto the property? What was the initial setup when you got out there?
I can't recall the name of the road. I consider it sort of the back entrance to the farm. We had driven up, there's a gate, and then there's a big field with where they keep a lot of the horses. We ended up having to, I think, cut the chain to be able to unlock the gate, and then drove in and re-secured the gate so the horses wouldn't get out.
And that was one of the questions I'm going to ask. When you go on a property like this, are you careful to make sure you take care of the livestock or anything else that may be on?
Yeah, we try and do the least amount of damage we have to in order to do the job.
Okay. Eventually, were you able to approach the lake and do your initial setup to make a dive?
Yes.
Walk us through how you do that. When you go up to a lake, what's the setup? How do you set up? What equipment do you get out?
We try to search the area we're most likely to find it first.
Okay.
In this case, we had some information that had been relayed about the approximate area where the objects might be.
And did you go set up in that general area?
Yes.
Can you give me SSS1, which is DJI 0199? I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit SSS1. SSS1 that you have in your hand, is that the same image that's up on the screen?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
That is the pond and where we had set up. On the drive, you can see what I call the big truck, or 960. That's its license plate number. And that's where we keep most of our equipment. And then as you're looking at the pond, over toward the left where the blue tarp is where we started our search.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit SSS2. Mr. Trunk, that would be DJI 0197. State's Exhibit SSS2. That image that you have in your hand is that the same image that's up on the screen.
Yes.
And again, is that the area that you had received information based on your meeting with local law enforcement that you wanted to search or begin your search?
Yes.
Okay. walk the jury through, when you arrive at a scene like this and you know eventually you're going to go into the water, how do you go through a search? How do you ensure that you're covering the area that you need to cover? Is there a method that you use to make sure that you're efficiently looking for evidence?
Yes, most of our dives are done with the diver, what we call tended, which is tied off to a rope. We do that for a couple of reasons. One, it's safety, so we know the approximate location of the diver, and we're able to pull them up in an emergency. We also do what's called a 180 pattern, which is the diver will take the rope out from the tender, and the tender is the person standing on the shore. So if I'm the tender, I'll stand here holding the rope. The rope goes out to the diver, a certain length, however far we want to start, and then the diver will keep that rope tight as they swim in a big arc. Once they get to the end of the arc, I'll give him 2 tugs on the line. That signals to him to turn around. The diver will then turn around. I'll give them a length of rope extra. He'll pull it tight and repeat the dive. When he gets to this end, I'll give him 2 tugs, give him another length of rope, and he'll go back, and we'll do arcs. And we can do arcs going either from the inside out, or we'll start at the end of the rope and bring the diver back in. The amount of rope we give them depends on the object. If it's a handgun, it may be 1.5 feet of rope. If it's a car, we may give them 4 or 5 feet. But he'll make continuous sweeps. And while he's in there, since most of the water we can't see in, you're doing it by feel. So he's crawling around on the bottom, just moving his hand back and forth across the bottom until he finds what he's looking for, or he has to come up.
Okay. And walk the jury through that. When you're the diver on the other end, are there different bottoms of these ponds? I imagine there's some rock and some buck and...
Yeah, they vary greatly. Most of the time, a pond like this is going to have a thick layer of sediment on the bottom.
Okay. And as the diver on the other end, again, are you able to feel different textures, and are you trained to look for weapons or specific items?
Yeah, we train with actual guns we've recovered before that we've gotten out of the evidence room. Excuse me. And we've all practiced searching for them.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibits 0001 through 0004. If you could, take a look at those and just generally tell the jury what is depicted in those pictures.
It's one of the divers diving in the water with the tending line going down to him.
Okay. And States Exhibit 0001 through 0004, do those truly and accurately depict the way that area looked when you were out there on April 18th, 2021?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Junk, can you give me States Exhibit 0001, which is 6075? I'm going to have Mr. Junk put States Exhibit 0001. Again, it was in that stack that I just gave you. And if you could, walk the jury through what it is they're saying and what your divers and what your tenders are doing right there.
Okay, if you look at the right side of the photo, you can see a yellow rope line. That's going from the tender down to the diver. If you look off to the left of the photo, you can see an area of disturbance. That's the bubbles coming up. We dive what's called open circuit. So every time you take a breath in and exhale, the air you exhale rises up to the surface.
And is that, again, does that assist with the personnel that you have on the shore, being able to visually track?
Yes, by following the line and seeing where the bubbles are, you can get a very good idea of where the diver is going to be at.
Before you even put the divers in the water, in the pond out there that day, did you or the team notice an item of interest on the shore, not even in the water?
Yes, right at the shore, we saw a round concrete object.
Okay. And again, had you received information from the local law enforcement with respect to items that you may be looking for?
Yes.
Okay. And again, was this an item that drew your interest with respect to possible evidence? Was it?
Excuse me?
I said, was that an item
Oh, yes.
that drew your interest with respect to possible evidence? I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 00056. Rob, it's the anchor near the shore. So if I load. 00056 that you have in your hand, is that the same item that's up on the screen?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what they're looking at in 00056?
It is a round concrete object with a chain or rope coming out the top that was not in a 5-gallon bucket, but by itself.
Okay. And did you follow that rope? Was that rope connected to anything?
I believe that rope was connected to the, was later found to be a goose box.
Okay. That picture there, State's Exhibit 00056, does that truly and accurately depict the way that that item looked on April 18th, 2021?
Yes.
Did your team eventually put their equipment on, go in the water, and follow that rope to see where it went?
Yes.
Okay. And again, did your team find an item attached to that rope?
Yes, we did.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibits 0005 through 0012. We're going to do the same thing. I'm going to have you generally look at those pictures, generally describe them to the jury, and I'll ask you a specific question about one or two of them. Mr. Junk, while he's doing that, can you give me digital picture 6036?
Yes, these are pictures of the team pulling the goose box out of the pond.
Okay. And I've got on the screen what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 0005. Can you tell the jury again what's depicted in State's Exhibit 0005?
That is two of my divers trying to manhandle the large wooden box out of the pond.
Okay. And eventually, were your divers able to get that box out of the pond?
Yes, we hooked some ropes up to it, and the guys on shore helped pull it out.
Can you describe it? Was that an easy lift?
It was fairly heavy, decent amount of wood, and it's waterlogged.
Mr. Junk, can you give me 6043? And for the record, I'm going to put on the screen what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 00010. And again, can you tell the jurors what they're looking at in State's Exhibit 0010?
That is the same box we're still trying to get out.
Okay. And the initial picture just had two folks, or two divers attached to it. Did you have to call in some help to get it up?
These two divers are from Ross County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. So in addition to the Franklin County Sheriff's Office diving that day, did you also have divers from Ross County?
Yes.
And again, from time to time, when you have to dive, especially doing an evidence search, do you work with teams from other counties?
Yes.
And then finally, Mr. Junk, if I can get 6045. And can you tell the jury what's depicted in State's Exhibit 0011?
That's myself in the box we finally got out.
Okay. Again, all of those pictures that you looked at, do they truly and accurately depict the way that item looked on April 18th, 2021?
Yes.
Now, other than the anchor or the concrete that was up on shore, were there any other anchors or buckets actually attached to that concrete box when you guys found it?
No.
Okay. Were there ropes attached to that box down in the water?
I believe there were a couple small pieces of rope, but I can't say for positive.
Okay. Eventually, did you talk about noticing that anchor on the shore. Eventually, did you and the team collect that anchor as part of that, or at least get it out of the pond so these guys will take a closer look at it?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibits 00013 through 00022. we're going to do the exact same thing. If you could, generally look at all of those pictures. I'll ask you a couple specific questions about some of them. Mr. Junk, can I get State's Exhibit 00013, which is digital image 6039? State's Exhibit 00013, which is on the screen, again, is that a picture that I just handed you in that stack?
Yes,
Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
that is the same concrete object that we had found earlier.
Mr. Junk, can I get 00014, which is digital image 6047? Can you tell us, again, I've got up on the screen State's Exhibit 00014. Can you tell us what's going on in this picture with respect to that item?
They're removing the item.
Okay, and again, are those your divers or?
Yes, that's Deputy Floyd.
And with respect to the order of the way things were removed from the pond, again, at this point, had your team already removed that goose hutch or that plywood item?
Yes,
Okay. And then finally, Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit 00015, which is 6048? And again, can you tell the jury, I've got State's Exhibit 00015 on the screen. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
that's that same concrete container.
Eventually, after that was removed from the lake, was that turned over to BCI so that they could collect it as evidence?
Yes,
In addition, and early on in this search, in addition to that piece of concrete that wasn't in a bucket, did your divers also find a set of handlebars, bicycle handlebars?
yes, they were handlebars attached with a rope.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibits 00023 through 00029. Again, if you could look at those and generally describe what those are to the jury. I'll ask you some specific questions. I do have to ask you this question. The last exhibits that I handed you, do those truly and accurately depict the way those items look on April 18th, 2021?
Yes,
Okay. With respect to the grouping of exhibits that I just handed you, which I believe are 00023 through 00029, can you tell the jury generally what is depicted there?
it was a length of rope with a set of bike handlebars attached to it.
Mr. Junk, can I get 00024, which is digital image 6054? I put up on the screen what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 00024. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
It's the handlebars with the rope attached.
And then, Mr. Junk, State's Exhibit 00026, which is 6055. Again, that item there, was it eventually just turned over to BCI for any potential evidentiary value it may or may not have?
Yes,
Okay. And with respect to that picture, which is State's Exhibit 00026, can you tell the jury what that is?
the same handlebars with the rope.
Is that your evidence placard, or was somebody else in charge of marking?
No, I believe that's BCI's.
Those items there truly and accurately depict the way that evidence looked on April 18th, 2021.
Yes,
All right, after you found that concrete without a bucket attached to it on the shore, the goose hutch, or the goose house, and that those bicycle handles, did your team continue to dive and eventually find buckets filled with concrete?
yes.
Okay. And if you could, walk the jury through, how do the divers signal to the people on shore, their partners, when they found a piece of evidence?
What they'll do is they'll give the tender 3 tugs on the rope. That means they found it. And then they will, depending on the exact circumstances, either bring it up or mark it with the marker buoy.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibits 00030 through 00037. You could take a look at those and generally describe to the jury what they're looking at.
It is the recovery of at least one of the buckets of concrete.
Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit 00033, which is digital image 6062? I'm going to have Mr. Junk put State's Exhibit 00033 on the screen. 00033 that's on the screen, again, was that in the group of pictures that I just handed you?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to 00033?
In the background, you see one of the divers. You can see the tending rope that's hooked up to his BCD, and the bucket of concrete. The thin yellow line is one of our marker lines with the marker buoy.
Okay. Does that indicate that this bucket actually would have been marked with a buoy when the divers found it?
Yes.
And eventually, was that item turned over to BCI for marking, documenting, and collecting?
Yes.
And Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit 00034, which is digital picture 6070? State's Exhibit 00034 that's on the screen, again, is that the same image that was in the stack of pictures that I gave you?
Yes.
And do you recognize that? Can you tell the jury what is depicted there?
That is one of the concrete-filled buckets that we recovered.
Again, that last grouping of pictures that I handed you, 00030 through 00037, do those truly and accurately depict the way those items looked on April 18th, 2021?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 00038 through 00044. Again, can you generally look at those pictures? Describe to the jury what they're looking at.
Those are the Ross County divers retrieving another concrete-filled bucket.
Okay. And were you present on shore when all of the buckets were recovered in this case?
Yes.
In a position where you could observe those buckets being removed from the lake and turned over to BCI?
Yes.
All right. Well, Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit 00038, which is digital picture 6077? Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there with respect to State's Exhibit 00038?
Those are the Ross County deputies retrieving one of the buckets of concrete.
And was that item there, again, like the other items, was that turned over to BCI for marking, documenting, and collecting as evidence?
Yes.
Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit 00042, which is digital image 6081? With respect to that exhibit there, State's Exhibit 00042, does that truly, well, can you tell the jury what that is?
That is that same concrete bucket.
Okay, again. Did you do the marking, or was BCI in charge of marking?
BCI did the marking.
State's Exhibits 00038 through 00044 that you just looked at, do they truly and accurately depict the way those items look on April 18th, 2021?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibits 00045 through 00055. Could you take a look at those exhibits, familiarize yourself with them, and generally tell the jury what you're looking at?
Those are my deputies retrieving another concrete-filled bucket.
Mr. Junk, while he's going through those, can you give me State's Exhibit 00046, which is digital image 6089? State's Exhibit 00046, which is on the screen there. Again, can you tell the jury specifically what they're looking at there?
That is Deputy Mott bringing up a concrete-filled bucket.
And as with the other buckets, was this item turned over to BCI for documenting, photographing, and collecting as evidence?
Yes.
Mr. Jump, can you give me State's Exhibit 00050, which is digital image 6093. State's Exhibit 00050. Can you tell the jury what that is?
The same bucket.
All right. Just marked and ready for evidence collection, is
Yes.
that correct? State's Exhibits 00045 through State's Exhibits 00055, do those truly and accurately depict the way that bucket looked on April 18th, 2021, and depict the collection of that bucket?
Yes.
Now, as part of your work in this case, did you pull up an image on Google or Google Maps of the pond at Flying W?
Yes, I did.
And as part of documenting your work there, is it typical for you to do sketchings or drawings on areas of lakes, ponds, rivers where you find evidence?
Yes, I'll try to get an aerial image to show the entire area, and I may make any notations on it of anything of interest.
My handy what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 00057. It's right there. Google overhead of pond. State's Exhibit 00057 that I'm handing you, is that the same image that's up on the screen?
Yes.
And do you recognize that document and what it is?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what it is?
This was a Google map I'd done after it, showing the approximate location of all the objects we recovered.
Okay. Could you do me a favor, because it's not real easy to see on the screen there. There's a pointer right there. Can you just point out where you mapped those images and what all pieces of evidence you mapped on that document?
Are we able to zoom this image up?
Sure, Mr. Junk. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, there you go. You can extend that one.
Okay, this, I believe, is the goose box. There's a marking here, number 1, for the anchor. And then these are the other locations of the other anchors, or concrete buckets we had found.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And as part of your work, when you go out and do a dive for law enforcement, do you do a report documenting the work that you did?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 00058. State's Exhibit 00058. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit 00058?
This is my report to my chain of command about the mission.
Okay. And was that report created and maintained in the ordinary course of your business as part of the Franklin County Dive Team?
Yes.
And do you have a business duty to keep and maintain those types of reports?
Yes.
Give me 1 second. And I'm going to show you what's been marked. What's going to be marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 00059. State's Exhibit 00059, you talk about little pieces of rope that were attached to different items. Do you recognize that exhibit there?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jury what that is?
A piece of rope consistent with the ones that were tied to the anchors we had found.
Okay. Was that also consistent with any rope that was attached to the goose house as well?
Yes.
Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The defense may cross-examine.
You have some questions?
And you may step down. The state ready to call another witness.
We are, Your Honor. We'll call Matt White from the DCI.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, that you shall answer unto God?
I do.
You may be seated. The state may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. White, you've been here a few times. You probably don't need an introduction, but for the record, would you tell us who you are?
My name is Matthew White.
And what is your employment?
I'm employed at the Bureau of Criminal Investigation, also known as BCI, as a firearm examiner.
And can you give us a quick overview of your training and experience, basically similar to what you testified to before?
My primary duties involve the examination of firearm toolmark-related evidence to determine if fired components, be it a cartridge case or bullet, had been fired from a particular firearm. As a course of that training, I completed a 2-year training program under the section senior examiners. A year of that was with the ATF, known as the National Firearm Examiner Academy. I visited and reviewed approximately 18 different firearm and ammunition manufacturers, seeing firsthand how firearms and ammunition are produced and assembled. And I'm a member of the Association of Firearm and Toolmark Examiners.
And have you ever testified as an expert before?
Yes, sir. I've testified approximately 125 times in the states of Ohio and West Virginia as an expert in the field of firearm identification.
Your Honor, I'd ask that Mr. White be designated as an expert for purposes of this testimony.
So no objection.
Thank you, Counselor.
The witness will be recognized as an expert in the matter of firearms.
Now, Mr. White, I want to take you back to 2021. Obviously, you've been involved in this investigation for a pretty long time with the Rhoden, Manley, and Gilley homicides. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Hey, were you ever asked to extract items of evidence from multiple concrete buckets found in a farm at the Flying W?
Yes, sir. I was.
And before we go further, I'm going to hand you a stack of pictures and exhibits, and they will be marked State's Exhibits triple Q1 to triple Q, say 97. I just asked you to go through those really quickly if you could. And just tell us, have you ever seen those before?
Yes, sir. I have.
And who prepared those?
I prepared them.
And do they truly and accurately depict the pictures therein and the information thereon?
Yes, sir. They do.
Mr. Wilson, if you would you pull up triple Q1? Give it a second. Hey, Mr. White, in your career with BCI and your other investigatory agencies, were you ever asked to extract anything from concrete before?
No, I've examined several firearm and firearm-related items with varying degrees of damage, rust. They've been burnt, they've been shot, they've been broken. However, I've never been asked to examine a block of concrete before.
And when this request was made to you by the crime scene agents, what did you do?
I formulated a plan to be able to examine those items and to prepare the lab to accept that so I could begin my examination of the concrete.
What type of plans and preparations did you have to make to go after these buckets and try to get anything out of them?
First, I had to assemble multiple hand tools to be able to extract or disassemble the concrete into smaller items. I also secured an area. We have a indoor range in our facility that has a concrete floor in it with adequate ventilation, a space that was secure and allowed me to be able to work to disassemble and break that concrete apart.
Okay. If you would, take a look at the monitor, Mr. White. We're looking at, for the record, States Exhibit Triple Q1. What are we looking at right there?
This corresponds to my item number 1, was the first bucket or concrete piece that I had. It had a yellow chain present. It's in the top of it, a yellow rope, and an eye bolt that was also attached to it.
If we could have Triple Q2, next slide. Okay, what are we looking at here?
During the examination, when the concrete was disassembled into smaller pieces, it wasn't really feasible to put those pieces back into the original cardboard box, so I had to place them into a more secure packaging. These are the pieces of all of these broken up pieces of concrete, and they were placed into 2 white buckets so that they could be better secured.
And could we have number 3, please? And Mr. White, I assume these are the working tools of a BCI forensic scientist in this matter?
Yes, these were just some of the tools that were utilized to try to break the concrete apart. Initially, I performed a visual examination of the concrete in itself to look to see if I could see any firearm or firearm-related components that were sticking out of the concrete or were noticeable. I did not see anything visible, so I had to be able to open the concrete. Since I didn't know what was inside of the concrete, I had to break the concrete apart. So as part of the tools that I used, various hammers, mauls, a hammer drill, basically a small electric jackhammer, for example. So the process that I used was to take these hammers or mauls, I would call them. I would take the wedge end of the maul, and I would basically strike with the other maul along these yellow or those red lines, basically going down the axis of the concrete. I'd basically score the concrete or make it like an indentation on it all the way around it, all the way around the circumference of it. And I would just continue to hit those fault lines with the hammer in order to try to break the concrete apart so I could see what was in the inside of the concrete. And once I could break it apart, I could see the inside, then I could continue to excavate or to remove items that I could visibly see.
And we have Triple Q4, please, Mr. Wilson. And is this picture of when you got started on that first bucket?
It is, and you can kind of see where it's broke down the middle is one of the chunks that was broke off during that hammering process. And immediately visible, again, this is the yellow chain, but you could start to see ammunition. There was a part of a flashlight, but there were several firearm-related items of evidentiary value contained within the concrete.
And we have number 5, please.
This is another view of the interior of the concrete. I started to notice there was a Glock magazine. There was some additional ammunition, appeared to be 7.62 by 39 ammunition that was also contained within the concrete. Once I could visibly see the items, then I could begin to meticulously remove the concrete around those items to be able to extract it out of it to prevent any damage to the item itself.
And you mentioned the 7.62 by 39 ammo. Is that the caliber that's used in a SKS rifle?
Yes, sir, it is.
Let's move to number 6, please. And would you describe what we're looking at in this one?
This shows a magnified image of some of the items. You'll see this real red polymer tip. This was Hornady brand 40 Smith & Wesson ammunition, as well as 7.62 by 39 ammunition that was visible contained within the concrete.
And what does that red polymer tip at the end of that bullet do?
Hornady ammunition commonly has, on their hollow point ammunition, has a red polymer tip to the end of it. That polymer tip just helps to protect the cavity and to help it to expand during the impact to a target.
And let's go to triple Q number 7, please.
This is further disassembly of the concrete. Began to notice a portion, the bottom grip portion of a firearm. There was also some other firearm-related materials present, a barrel, part of a recoil rod, and again, there was some more ammunition that was visible.
And let's move to triple Q number 8.
This is a magnified image of the grip or the bottom portion of a pistol or of a firearm. You can see the grip. This is part of a barrel, and this part with the spring is part of a recoil guide rod assembly for a firearm. And again, in the upper right-hand portion, you can see more 40 Smith & Wesson ammunition.
And number 9, please.
An additional image starting to show a Glock firearm magazine, as well as more 7.62 by 39 cartridges.
And number 10.
This is an overview of all of the items that I've recovered from the first block of concrete.
And let's go to number 11. And would you tell us what we're looking at here, Mr. Blake?
This is an outline just showing what all of the items were. All of those items were further cleaned for examination. They were inventoried and examined further. Do you want me to read all of the items or just
Can you just give us an overview? We'll be actually going to each of the individual items eventually. If you don't mind maybe just giving us an overview, please.
All right. There was a Walther Colt 1911-22 pistol with multiple areas of damage present, a Glock firearm magazine, multiple 7.62 by 39 cartridges, 40 Smith & Wesson cartridges, Hornady brand. There were 4 fired 7.62 by 39 cartridges. There were multiple 22 long rifle cartridges, 9mm Luger cartridges. There was a flashlight. There were multiple miscellaneous pieces, and there were cut barrel sections that had pipe connectors present and another pipe connector. And this is a cut barrel portion in that. So there were a substantial number of items that were recovered from that first block of concrete.
Yeah, how were you able to clean up those items?
Essentially, I just used normal water and firearm gun cleaner, gun oil, and a nylon brush, and a substantial amount of time and effort.
And can we go to triple Q12, please? Tell us what we're looking at here, Mr. Blake.
This is the original Glock magazine that was in the concrete. This is as it's being removed from the concrete, and this is the final item after it was removed from concrete and cleaned. It was a Glock magazine, a 40 Smith & Wesson, and it was listed to hold 15 cartridges.
I'm going to hand you what is marked as triple V number 1, as a little bit of gun oil maybe on the outside of this. If you want to use gloves, that's fine. If not, I would defer to your judgment,
Okay.
sir. Just tell us what State's Exhibit triple V1 is.
This is the Glock magazine, 40 caliber.
And is that the same magazine that you extracted from the concrete as depicted up on the screen right now?
Yes, it is. I can identify it on the side with the case number, item number, and my initials.
And you previously talked about finding that 40 caliber Hornady cartridge in there, and more cartridges on the way. Would that magazine hold the 40 caliber Hornady rounds?
Yes, that's correct. 40 caliber is just referring to the generic caliber of this magazine, but yes, it is meant to hold 40 Smith & Wesson cartridges, such as the items that were also recovered from the concrete.
And just for the record, you used the term 40 Smith & Wesson, 40 caliber. Was Smith & Wesson the company that developed that round?
Yes, that's just the generic nomenclature of the name of the cartridge itself, 40 Smith & Wesson. Smith & Wesson developed that cartridge and subsequently named it. 40 caliber just refers to the diameter of the bullet being .40.
Okay. So if we're using, or I use the term 40 caliber, basically, or 40 Smith & Wesson, that means the exact same thing, doesn't it?
Yes, it's essentially the same.
Let's set that back down. We might want to look at that again. And next slide, please, Mr. Wilson. Tell us what we're looking at here, Mr. White.
This slide represents 17 9mm Luger cartridges. Similar as we talked about a 40 Smith & Wesson, 9mm Luger is just another caliber or another specific type of ammunition. There were two different types or brands present. There were 6 of the 9mm Luger cartridges had a Winchester WIN head stamp, and there were 11 9mm Luger cartridges that had a Ruger head stamp. And these pictures just show, after I cleaned them up, the visual representation of the cartridges themselves.
I'm going to show you what's marked as triple V number 2. You have to open the individual packs, but just tell us what we're looking at there.
These packages contain all of the 9mm Luger cartridges. This particular pack here contained the 6 Winchester head stamp cartridges, and this package contained the 11 Ruger head stamp 9mm Luger cartridges.
That anyway, for the record, are those the same cartridges depicted up on the slide on the view screen above you?
Yes, those are the exact cartridges.
Overruled.
Yeah, let's move on to Exhibit Triple Q14. We've talked a little bit about these before, but tell us what we're looking at here, sir.
You're looking at the 20 40 Smith & Wesson cartridges on the left. This is the recovered in their dirty condition. On the right, after I cleaned them up, you can notice the Hornady head stamp on the bottom of them, and one of the bullets, I pulled the bullet, and it shows the red polymer tip. It's consistent with a Hornady critical duty, the flexible hollow point tip that Hornady typically loads.
And Mr. White, in your examinations during the investigation of this case, you ever encountered any red polymer tip Hornady 40 caliber bullets before?
Yes, I did.
And where did you encounter them?
At scenes 1 and 4.
And scene one being 4077 Union Hill Road, and scene 4 being the Left Fork Road address?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. See, we'll talk about these a bit later. Did you encounter just the bullets or the spent cartridge casings as well?
No, only ammunition or the cartridges themselves. There were no fired components, .40 caliber present.
State's Exhibit Triple V3, you'll have to take these out, but tell us what we're looking at there.
These correspond to the 20 .40 Smith & Wesson cartridges that were recovered.
And are the same ones depicted on the slide?
Yes, they are.
And just for the record, say if we were to open up this magazine with the, open up the bag with the Glock magazine in it, would those fit in there just fine?
Yes, they were.
In fact, is this magazine designed to fit ammo like that?
It is.
Let's move on to State's Exhibit Triple Q15, if we could. And tell us what we're looking at here, Mr. White.
This item was 38 7.62 by 39 cartridges and a white ammunition container. This shows the cartridges as they were recovered from the concrete after cleaning, and this just shows a head stamp of the cartridges. They were tool ammo 7.62 by 39 cartridges.
I'm going to hand you a bag of ammunition marked State's Exhibit Triple D4. And if you would tell us what we're looking at here, Mr. White.
This bag contains the 7.62 by 39 cartridges, and you'll see the white ammunition tray present also that contains or holds the cartridges.
And if you would, please, up there. Mr. Wilson, would you move to State's Exhibit Triple Q16? What are we looking at here?
This represents BCI reference. There was some tool ammo 7.62 by 39 cartridges that were 154 grain soft point. And I took one of the bullets from the submitted ammunition to compare against that. And this shows a comparison of, this is the reference ammunition, the tool ammo, and you'll see that the white ammunition tray is consistent between the two. This also shows a bullet that was pulled from the reference ammunition and a bullet that was pulled from the 7.62 by 39 ammunition, and it was consistent with the 154 grain soft point ammunition, such as the one that was for reference.
I'm going to hand you a box of ammunition, State's Exhibit U17. Remember, this is the one where everything wanted to fall out of it?
Yes.
And just, is that the reference ammunition that BCI had for this case?
It is.
And they said, that's it, is that in the picture up in the bottom right?
It is. That's the cartridges and the ammunition tray from the reference.
And just for the record, does that appear to be the same exact type of ammunition?
Yes, it is. It's the same bullet weight, bullet design. It's the same manufacturer, tool ammo, and it's the same caliber, 7.62 by 39.
And were you able to compare the head stamps on your reference ammo versus the ammunition you were able to get out of the bucket?
I was, yes.
And what were your conclusions on that?
Looking at the end of the cartridges, they were all of the tool ammo 7.62 by 39 ammunition. Again, the same as the reference ammunition box.
Go ahead and put that back in there if you would. I'm gonna leave these out of the way right now. We've got more than our share of evidence this afternoon.
And let's move on to State's Exhibit Triple Q17, if we could. Tell us what that is, Mr. Blake.
You're looking at 4 fired 7.62 by 39 cartridge cases. This is in the recovered condition. This is after cleaning, and this depicts the head stamp present on the 4 fired cartridge cases. And they were, again, tool ammo.
I'll hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit Triple E5. Just ask if you've seen those before and ask if they match anything up on the screen.
Yes, these are the 4 fired 7.62 by 39 cartridge cases. And they are the ones that are depicted in the presentation.
And during the course of your duties in this investigation, have you ever encountered 7.62 by 39 lead soft point tool ammo before?
No, that was the first time I'd ever seen that particular bullet weight for 7.62 by 39.
Is that a common bullet weight?
Not in my experience. The 122, 123 grain 7.62 is by far the most common that I've encountered. This was the first time I'd seen the 154 grain.
Had you ever seen tool ammo shell casings during the course of your duties in this case before?
Yes, I have.
And where had you seen them before?
I've seen not the fired cartridge cases, but the actual loaded cartridges from the submitted reference. The 30 caliber bullets from scene 1 were 30 caliber that was consistent with the 154 grain bullets of the tool ammo.
And were you ever asked to look at any 7.62 cartridges from Peterson Road out of a well?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to, what did you have? Did you have any conclusions on it compared to any of the other ammunition you looked at?
Yes, it was also a fired 7.62 by 39 tool ammo cartridge case.
And would it be consistent with, or similar to, I'll use your term consistent, with these fired tool ammo shell casings?
Yes, it was.
How common is tool ammo?
Tula is a cheaper ammunition. It's fairly common encountered with 7.62 by 39.
I'm going to move on to State's Exhibit Triple Q18, if we could. Would Mr. Wilson? Next slide. Tell us what we're looking at here, Mr. White.
This slide shows there were 55 22 long rifle cartridges and 1 22 long rifle cartridge case that were recovered. This is the recovered condition in the concrete, and these were after cleaning. You can see the cartridge cases, they have an REM, meaning Remington brand, head stamp present. and looking, this is a magnified image of the cartridge itself, looking at the bullet. It is a brass-washed lead round nose design. So the tip of the cartridge, the bullet, it just has a rounded appearance. Brass-washed, you can see how it has a brass color to the lead itself.
I'm going to hand you what's marked as triple V number 6, Mr. White. Just tell us what that is, and does it appear to be what's depicted on the screen?
Yes, it is. This is the 55 .22 long rifle cartridges and the 1.22 long rifle cartridge case.
And of course, your duties in this investigation, have you ever seen ammunition or casings like that before?
Yes, sir, I have.
Where have you seen them?
At scenes 2 and 3, the Fire .22 long rifle cartridge cases, they all have a REM Remington head stamp, as well as the fired cartridge cases from 260 Peterson Road.
Let's move on to number 19, if we could. Tell us what this is.
This was an iZoom LED flashlight. This was the flashlight in the concrete and removed from the concrete and cleaned. The front portion of the lens was cracked and damaged.
And let's move on to State's Exhibit Triple Q20, if we could. Tell us what we're looking at here.
This is a cut barrel section with multiple threaded pipe connections that were welded to it. This is the recovered condition in the concrete. As you can see, it was pretty covered up. After it was cleaned, this rear portion of it, this is a end of a barrel that has been welded to a pipe connection, which was then welded onto a larger pipe connection. And if you were to tip this up on its end, this image depicts or shows the end of the barrel. It's kind of difficult to tell, but you can see rifling within that barrel where it was welded to that those pipe connections.
Okay. Based upon your education and training and experience, what would someone be doing with those configurations of threading that into that barrel and the rest of the items on that screen?
The barrel portion was welded to these pipe connections. These were approximately 1/2 inch welded up to a 3/4 inch pipe connection. Since it was welded to the barrel, it was permanently fixed. You could not take it off of the barrel. So once you connected that and installed it onto your firearm, this whole portion would be connected to the barrel. The only reason I could see to add something that was threaded would be to add a threaded device to that.
And do silencers attach to firearms with threads usually?
Yes, that is a common attachment method for silencers.
And based on your training experience, if somebody wanted to put a homemade silencer on the end of a firearm, would that contraption up there be one way to do it?
It could be possible depending on what you're trying to attach. Again, since this is being stepped up larger, whatever you're trying to attach would have to have that rough diameter and have threading present to it.
And are you familiar with homemade silencers or suppressors?
Yes, sir, I am.
And have you seen them before through your duties at BCI?
Yes, sir, I have.
And would that device be consistent with an attachment for a homemade silencer?
Yes, sir, that is possible.
Hey, it looks like you took a cast of the what's left of the end of that barrel. And what was your purpose in doing so?
Since there was just a small portion of the barrel, it's difficult to see, but I could actually see visible rifling present inside of it. I took a cast of the interior of it. That allowed me to see the approximate caliber of the barrel, the number of landing grooves present, the widths of those landing grooves present, and be able to generate a list of possible firearms that it could have been attached to.
And what possible firearms could have been attached to that?
One of the firearms was a Beretta.
And what did you use to take that cast?
It's just a microscopic casting material. It is kind of reminds you of a little caulking gun that it mixes material together and will insert into the rear portion of the barrel, and it'll harden, and then it just can be removed.
Okay. But back up just for a second. Sometimes I get ahead of myself. I'm going to hand you triple V7 really quickly. Just tell me what that is. We've looked at a picture of it before.
Yes. This was the iZoom flashlight.
Get that out. I'm going to have you look at State's Exhibit triple V8. I would just identify that for the record. And does it appear familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
And is that the same device with the threading on the end of the cut-off barrel that you depicted up on the screen?
Yes, it is.
Mr. White, just back up just a second. In regards to State's Exhibit triple V8 that's up there, were you able to get the caliber off of the end of the barrel that's welded to this?
Yes, sir. During that casting process that allowed me to capture the lancet grooves, I could then measure it to find out the approximate size or diameter of the barrel. It was consistent with being 380 auto or 9 millimeter. The diameter of the barrel measured .355, which is consistent with both of those calibers.
Overruled.
Yeah, let's move on to State's Exhibit triple Q21. Mr. White, would you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is looking at the cut barrel section that has the chamber and locking block assembly of a barrel. This is the portion as it was removed from the concrete. This was after it was cleaned up, and it was also compared to a reference Beretta Model 92. As you can see, that between the two, this cut barrel section with this locking piece, it is consistent with that Beretta Model 92.
Overruled.
And Mr. White, would you tell us what a locking block is and what it does?
That's just to help hold the firearm together during the slide. As the slide moves, this piece can reciprocate or angle and kind of move up. It helps lock the firearm during that firing process. And then when the slide moves, this will cam down, allowing it to unlock and be able to the slide reciprocate.
And do any other firearms other than Berettas use that exact locking block configuration?
I'm not aware of any.
And were you able to make a cast to that barrel? And tell us how you did, if you did.
Yes, similar to the previous portion of the barrel, since it was cut and damaged, I cast the barrel again to be able to examine the interior of it. And you can see on the casting material the lands and grooves that were present inside the barrel. It measured similar. It was a 9mm Luger caliber. It was 6 lands and grooves with a right-hand twist.
And just for the record, Beretta 92F or Beretta 92FS, what caliber are those?
It is 9mm Luger.
I'll move on to our next slide, triple Q 22. Tell us what we're looking at here.
This is showing the cut end of the barrel that had the pipe connections that were welded to it and the cast of it. This is the portion of the barrel with that locking block assembly and the cast of that. Performed a microscopic comparison previously, as I talked about how comparing fired cartridge cases or fired bullets. I just compared the two casts to one another. You'll see the dividing line separating the two, and this just shows the width of the land and groove impressions, showing that between those two items, the rifling was the same. They both had 6 lands and grooves, right-hand twist, and the widths of the lands and grooves between both items were the same.
And based on your training and experience and a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, are you able to say that have you point up to the corner there, that part, that rifle part of that barrel, did that come from a Beretta 92?
I can't say. That is one of the possible firearms that it could be from.
Can you rule it out being from a Beretta 92?
No, sir.
I'm going to show you, for the record, State's Exhibit VVV9, triple V9. It's that Beretta locking block. Is that the same item you've previously testified to on the screen up there?
Yes, it is.
To move on to State's Exhibit triple Q23, if we could, Mr. Wilson. Mr. White, what are we looking at here?
This slide shows there were additional miscellaneous metal pieces that were present, that were found that I didn't particularly identify to any one item. There was a flat piece of metal, possibly a flat spring. There was a sleeve. There was also a visible cut present on that. And this was a cut guide rod and spring. It also had a cut present.
And he was marked as State's Exhibit triple V10. Can you just identify that for us, if you would?
I can.
And what is that?
This contains the miscellaneous pieces, the piece of the cut guide rod recoil spring, and when I say cut guide rod recoil spring, that's a firearm component, the metal sleeve, and the flat piece of metal.
Thank you, sir. Let's go to our next slide, triple Q24, if we could. Mr. White, tell us what we're looking at right here.
Besides the multiple ammunition that was recovered from the concrete, I also noticed there were parts of a firearm that were present. Again, this is the grip area of a firearm and a barrel. This was the recoil guide rod that was in the previous slide that became visible during that examination.
Let's move on to State's Exhibit Triple Q25, if we could. And what is that?
This is looking at the bottom of the frame portion. This is the magazine that is still inserted into the grip of the firearm.
And State's Exhibit Triple Q26. Tell us what this is.
Further disassembly of the concrete started to reveal the frame portion of a pistol, as well as a portion of the slide. It also became evident there was multiple areas of damage present on those items.
And at this point in your extraction of these items from the concrete, what type of tools were you using?
Mainly was using, at the point that I was able to open the concrete up, I would use a screwdriver, chisel, a small hammer, and essentially kind of like an archaeological dig to try to break the concrete out very gently to try to make sure that I did not damage the items of evidence and to remove the concrete from it.
And let's move to State's Exhibit Triple Q27. And tell us what this is, Mr. White.
This shows the frame portion of the grip as well as the forward portion of the slide. The further removed from the concrete block, it was somewhat cleaned here. And this is the opposite side showing there's still some concrete present and the forward portion of the slide.
And if we could have State's Exhibit Triple Q28, please.
This represents the items after the significant or the larger portions of the concrete have been removed. So you can see the grip frame portion has been cut off. This is the rear portion of the slide and the forward portion of the slide.
And let's move to State's Exhibit Triple Q29 and tell us what this depicts.
This depicts looking at the forward portion of the frame or slide that had been cut. And this just shows where it had been cut. The barrel's been cut, the slide, the frame has been cut, showing that area of damage.
And just looking at that picture, is there something inside the barrel?
Yes, it appears to be some concrete still present.
And let's move to State's Exhibit Triple Q30. Looks like we're looking through would the right turn be ejection port?
Yes, this is looking down on the firearm. This is the grip area, this is the slide, and this is that ejection port or the area that a fire cartridge case will be ejected from. Showing debris present, appeared to be dirt, concrete present, and there was started to see additional damage to be present interior of the firearm as well as to this cut portion as well.
And just looking at that, you're looking through the ejection port, is that the back end of the barrel and the chamber right there?
It is. This firearm, this area right here is supposed to be housing. This should be solid, and you can see that it has been cut or melted away, and it's exposing the bottom portion of the barrel or barrel sleeve that holds the barrel in place.
Let's go to State's Exhibit Triple Q31. And is that another view of the 1911 frame?
It is. This slide shows that the slide of the firearm has been removed so that you can see the interior of it. And the area that I'd previously been talking about, this area here that holds the barrel, you can see has been melted and it's physically missing.
If you would, are you able to tell how that would have got melded based on your training and experience as a tool mark examiner with PCI?
Looking at the melding, there's also a significant discoloration of the metal present on the slide. It appears to be from a significant heat source. I would say a torch or something that has a very directed heat.
Looking at the interior, is that like part of your pointer for just a second? What is that long, you've got a piece coming up and going over, you've got a piece going forward from that on the interior of that firearm. What are those?
Are you referring to this portion or
I am.
this?
Actually, right there, that assembly.
This is the ejector.
Okay. What's
And
underneath of it?
this area, this is right here is the magazine. The magazine is still inserted into the firearm at this time.
Let's move on to State's Exhibit Q 32. That looks like you've got the 1911 cleaned up a bit more.
Yes, this shows where the frame has been cleaned and shows a large cut that's been across the frame, which extends clear out to the trigger guard across the grip panel. You can also see areas of the top of the frame that have heat damage as well as cutting. So you've got two different types of damage present on this.
Was the magazine in that firearm when it was cut?
It was.
Let's move on to State's Exhibit Q 33. And if you describe what this depicts.
This depicts the area that we've just been looking at. This was the frame rear portion of the slide. This is the middle section of the slide, and this is called a rail dust cover that it just attaches to the bottom of the frame. You can see these little cutouts here. It's a rail for attaching accessories such as a flashlight or laser. You can see there's a significant amount of heat damage. The metal is physically melted away. You can also see discoloration of the finish on the slide area. And the actual physical cut itself. Again, this is consistent with a cut versus this has been consistent with being cut with a torch.
And looking at this item, and again, based on your training and experience as a tool mark examiner, are you able to tell generally what type of device was used to cut this gun up?
Looking at the types of characteristics on tools, oftentimes we can tell what type of tool it may have cut it. For example, a set of bolt cutters is designed to cut something with an opposed jaws that pinch something, such as a lock shackle. So a lock shackle will often exhibit characteristics from that tool action. So the tools, when they pinch, will leave a pinch type characteristic mark on what it actually cuts. Similarly, looking at the cutting area or the cutting surfaces that were present can give an idea of a possible tool that could have cut it. When I examined the cut surfaces of this, the cut characteristics had kind of an arch type shape or a curved shape. So as another example, if I were to take a hacksaw, something that cuts with a reciprocating type motion, the characteristics that relieves the scratch and striation as it's cutting are parallel because it's going in a reciprocating motion. If you have a rotary type of tool that has a rotary cutting disc, for example, it's a circular device and it spins. So as it cuts into something, the metal it's cut, the characteristics leave kind of a curved shape to it during that cutting process. So a lot of times if we see that, we could say it'd be consistent with a cutting wheel, such as a smaller cutting wheel like is on a Dremel tool or an angle grinder or something of that nature. Looking at the cut surfaces or the cuts on the various items that I recovered, the characteristics on those items did have this circular, or not circular, but an arched shape appearance. that was consistent with a circular wheel-type cutting device.
Yeah, let's go to State's Exhibit Triple Q 33. Wait a minute, yeah, 30, I'm sorry, 34. Numerically challenged, I apologize.
This shows just further, as the item was cleaned, that I could disassemble it to further illustrate the visible damage. And again, you can see the metal has been melted, completely missing from this area. The front part of the frame is melted, missing. It's part of the rear barrel, the cut area of the slide. You can also see melting damage on the frame right there as well.
And did the melting pattern suggest anything to you?
Consistent with the type of heat present, you'll notice that where this has been heated up and melted, the discoloration, but down here doesn't appear to have any visible discoloration or melting. Same here, it's more localized heat damage. That tells me that the source of the heat is a very precise or a smaller directed heat source, such as a torch, or being consistent with being cut, or heat damage, melting consistent with what a torch would produce.
And let's go to State's Exhibit 35. And what is this, Mr. White?
This was the final product of all of the components, the pieces of the Walther Colt 1911-22 pistol that were recovered, basically arranged to show the orientation of the firearm in its original undamaged condition. It also shows the barrel section that has been cut in multiple pieces, and it was connected and welded to multiple pipe fittings as well.
Let's go to State's Exhibit 36, if we could. Is that pretty much the prior slide you've inserted labels on there to show what everything is?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Hey, did you recover all these items individually out of the bucket?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
If you would, I want paying particular attention to number 7 up on the top right. We'll be looking at it here in a few again. What is that?
That is a barrel shroud and a barrel that has been cut into 3 sections. And the barrel shroud is basically, it holds the barrel in place in the firearm. This is the actual barrel. It's been cut 3 places. This is the muzzle, the tip of the barrel. It is still threaded into a thread adapter that has been inserted or welded into a pipe connection that has also been connected to a pipe coupler.
I'm going to hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit Triple V11. Have you opened it up? Do you have a knife with you?
No, I do not. There's scissors here.
Okay, I got a pipe.
Okay, that's fine.
Whichever's easiest for you.
I can also identify this item by the yellow tag present as a case number, item number. And this contains all of the pieces of the firearm. I have them individually packaged according to the diagram that you see before you.
And are those, with the bag you just held up, Is that the magazine, the slide, and the frame?
Yes, this is all of the components that was present for the Walther Colt 1911 .22 pistol.
Guess you might want to mark that as triple V11. Give me 1 second, sir. And what else is in there? Actually, yeah, all the bag itself is the components inside. We're going to mark the end of the barrel and the threading as 11B. And what are we looking at there, Mr. Hoyt?
This particular item is the end of the cut barrel. You can see there's threading on the end of that. It was actually threaded into the rear portion of the thread adapter that was then welded to a pipe fitting that was then attached to a pipe coupler. And that's illustrated here. This portion here is thread adapter, the pipe fitting, and the coupler. And the end of the barrel, of the cut barrel, is actually still threaded into that thread adapter at the point I received it.
Okay, let's move on to State's Exhibit 22237. That might give you a better view of it. You talked about the cut into the barrel and the rest of the barrel being cut out. Is that what you meant? Is that an illustration of what you meant?
Yes, sir, it is. This is the rear portion of the barrel. This contains the chamber. Chamber's where the cartridge actually goes into. The middle section of the cut barrel, and then the muzzle end. And here you can see the threads on the end of the barrel. As received, this portion was threaded into this thread adapter, which was then welded to a pipe fitting, a threaded pipe fitting that was connected to a pipe coupler.
Let's go to State's Exhibit QQ37A. A closer view of those pipe connections.
Yes, sir. This is the forward portion of the barrel. Again, you can see this threading. This threading is consistent. It was threaded into the threaded barrel adapter as I recovered it. You can see the welding to the pipe connection that was then attached to a threaded pipe coupler.
You know, that appears to be similar to the other threaded devices that you had extracted earlier.
Yes, it is similar. This is a approximately 1/2 inch threaded pipe connection, and this pipe coupler is a 1/2 to 3/4 pipe coupler.
Okay. Let's move on to State's Exhibit QQ37B, if we could. And we've got another view, and explain what we're looking at there, Mr. Wade.
This view involved the examination of the thread adapter itself. I had a Tactical Innovations 1/2 by 28. 1/2 by 28 is just the thread pattern for this. This shows the thread adapter that was present, that was welded on to the pipe fittings, compared to the Tactical Innovations 1/2 by 28 thread adapter. And you can see, based on the size, shape, construction, that it is consistent with that Tactical Innovations 1/2 by 28 thread adapter.
I'm going to show you Exhibit I-17 really quickly. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes, sir. This is the thread adapter that was used for the reference comparison that was used for this picture.
And is it consistent with the device you found inside that barrel hooked up to the pipe connections?
It is, yes, it is.
Looking at all that, given your training and experience, what would somebody be doing with a device configured exactly like that?
The threaded adapter, or the threaded adapter that's present, is actually made for threaded barrel, for attaching a muzzle device, be it a silencer or a compensator, for example. That's the specific function of that item. This item was welded to multiple pipe connections and a pipe coupler, and with the barrel still inserted into the adapter, is consistent with that as being used permanently or on the gun in some fashion, that you were to connect something to the coupler when shooting the firearm.
Mr. Junk, would this be a good time to take a recess?
Yes, Your Honor, we're actually not even halfway done yet.
All right. So
So it might be a good time.
all right, so we will recess for 15 minutes. That would make it about 20 after 3, or excuse me, 20 after 3 yet. While you're on recess, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. Do not form or express an opinion concerning this case. Do not do any research concerning this case, either as to the facts or as to the law from any source at all. Do not view, read, or listen to any reports or accounts of the case, and have no contact with participants in the case, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. Is there anything further from counsel for either side before we recess for 15
Steve has nothing, Your Honor.
All right, we are in recess then until 20 after 3. Jury is to assemble at the jury room at that time.
Somehow
All right, so with that, is Council for Eastside ready to have the, jury brought in?
Yes, thank you.
We are, Your Honor.
Council may want to consider too, but not today, it doesn't have to be, but whether we're going to have any special hours on Tuesday of next week, the election day. We'll try to find out when I'm not sure what hours the polls are open, but we have early voting too, but.
You know, I don't know.
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue to probably about 4:15 today, something like that. I think some jurors may want to be home by 5, so we're going to continue about 4:15. So, Mr. Junk, you may continue on behalf of the state.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And witness.
And Mr. White, we were talking about that cut barrel section, and you showed that to us earlier here, that thread adapter. Basically, just to recap before we went on break, say like I've got a Colt Walther 22 1911. What would I buy that for?
You would buy this to thread onto, assuming the firearm has a threaded barrel. This rear portion of the thread adapter, this is what will thread into the barrel. And then this forward portion, this is a 1/2x28. It's a common thread pattern for .22 caliber, and that would be for attaching some type of muzzle device, be it a compensator, flash hider, a suppressor, or some type of muzzle device that you're wanting to attach to that particular firearm.
Okay, you mentioned various types of muzzle devices. Maybe for those people maybe not that familiar with firearms, what is a flash hider and a compensator?
A flash hider or a compensator, it's kind of a block that goes onto the end, or thread onto it, and it has different ports or openings on it. So during that firing process, as the gas pressure exits the front of the barrel, these ports that are on this muzzle device, it will port the gas away, kind of back away from the shooter or away from the firearm, and it helps to mitigate recoil so that the firearm will shoot more softly.
In your training and experience, looking at the homemade device out there, is that any type of a flash hider or any type of compensator?
None that I've ever seen.
Would it be consistent with a device to attach a homemade silencer or suppressor?
Guess that is possible.
I'd like to move on to State's Exhibit Triple Q 38 if we could. And obviously, if you extracted the Colt Walther 1911, the barrel, all the pieces there. Once you had those extracted, obviously you still want to compare the shell casings or compare what's left of that weapon with the casings at the crime scene. What would you do at that point?
Given the firearm's current condition, it's obviously in a damage, it's inoperable. And there's no way I'm going to be able to make that firearm operable to be able to take any test fires. So I'm concerned with trying to extract the firing pin. On the Fire 22 long rifle cartridge cases I looked at, I'm primarily looking at the firing pin impression. So what I'm going to take this rear portion of the slide, I removed that, you'll see, and then I can disassemble the portions of that, take the breech block out, and extract the actual firing pin that was present in this firearm originally that I can then install into another firearm in order to take test fires with it.
And were you ever provided with a identical firearm as to that Colt Walther 22 1911?
Yes, sir, I was.
Where did it come from?
It was also submitted to BCI for my examination.
Just have you take a look at this. And if you don't mind, I'm going to point this in a safe direction. It shouldn't be loaded, but would you double check that and make sure there's nothing in it, just for the record?
Yes, the firearm is safe and in an unloaded condition.
And that is, that's already been marked as State's Exhibit Triple H. The magazine came with it. Just tell us what that is, Mr. White.
This is an undamaged version of what you're seeing on the screen. This is a Walther Colt 1911 22 pistol.
And is it the same model as the one you recovered from the bucket in the concrete?
Yes, it is.
Is there anything different about it at all?
No, it's the exact type of model, manufacturer, make, model, chambering as the one that was recovered in the concrete.
And Mr. Wilson, let's move on to State's Exhibit 39, if we could. What are we looking at here, Mr. White?
You're looking at an enlarged image when the rear portion of the slide was disassembled to extract the firing pin. This is just a magnified image of the firing pin itself. This is the tip of the firing pin that's actually going to make contact with the cartridge case in order to fire it.
And let's move on to State's Exhibit Triple Q 40. Tell us what we're looking at here, Mr. White.
This illustrates the Walther Colt 1911 22 pistol. This firearm was disassembled. The breech block slide was removed. It was disassembled. The firing pin that was original to that firearm was removed. And the firing pin that was recovered from the Colt Walther firearm in concrete was then installed into that firearm in order to take my test fires.
And installing the firing pin for the 1911 found in the bucket into another gun that's similar to it, would that make any difference on a firing pin impression?
No, it would not. It's an identical make model of the firearm. I'm removing that firearm's original firing pin, and I'm installing the firing pin that was recovered from the concrete. So the firing pin impressions on my test fires will be accurate representation or an accurate firing pin impression from the original firearm or that original firing pin.
Are any two firing pin impressions from the same model of gun, yet different guns, are they alike, or would they ever be alike?
They could be similar in their generic shape, the shape of them, the orientation of them, But the actual unique characteristics that I can identify, those are unique to each particular frying pan.
Say if I go to like a local gun shop and I buy that same model of gun, and I buy one up at Columbus, someplace like that, would you expect them to have the exact same firing pin impression?
The shape of the firing pin impression, I would expect to be similar. That shape of it, the orientation of it, however, the uniqueness, the unique characteristics that that firing pin impression or the firing pin imparted to it, I could identify those to each specific firing pin.
Would it be fair to compare that to a fingerprint?
I'm not an expert in fingerprint examination, but that's my understanding.
Okay. And if you would you mind pulling out the firing pin here? We're going to mark that separately. It's pretty small. If you want to open up that particular one, we'll make an exception for most of those and open that up. Is that a common shape of firing pin?
No, it isn't.
Is that one of the things that made it easier to identify since it's somewhat unique?
Yes, sir, it was.
Yes. It should be triple V 11C, I believe.
You're marking it what?
Pardon me?
What is it you're marking it?
The firing pin out of the,
No, I meant what number are you giving?
that's be triple V, it should be 11C. What procedure did you use to install the firing pin out of the Colt Walther from the bucket into the new 1911?
I just removed the breech block that was present in the submitted Walther pistol and just simply took the firing pin out of it and replaced it with the firing pin from the Walther that was in the concrete and then reassembled it.
And is that a difficult procedure?
I'm not sure I would say it's how I would classify it as difficult. It did require some technical expertise of disassembly and reinstalling.
And once you had that firing pin installed into the new 1911, what did you do to compare any shell casings from it to the crime scene shell casings?
So once the firing pin from the concrete had been installed into the reference Colt pistol, I then was able to take normal test fires as if encountered with any other gun. I would test fire that firearm into a water recovery tank. I would collect the fired cartridge cases from it, and then I can perform a microscopic comparison of the firing pin impression left with the firing pin recovered from the Walther that was in the concrete to the evidence 22 cartridge cases.
And did you do so in this case, sir?
Yes, sir, I did.
Going to hand you several exhibits here. Going to have you identify these for me if you would. Have you ever seen those before?
Yes, sir, I have.
Where have you seen those before, sir?
These are the fired .22 long rifle cartridge cases from scenes 2 and 3.
Scene 2 being 4199 Union Hill Road, where Hannah Hazel Gilley and Frankie Rhoden were murdered.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
stack there as well too. And where are these from?
These represent Fire 22 long rifle cartridge cases from scene 2.
We got 4199 Union Hill Road, 4199 Union Hill Road, and we've got, you pay attention to State's Exhibit C430 for the record. Where is that from?
This is from 3122 Union Hill Road, referred to as scene 3.
Just for the record, what I'm having him look at is State's Exhibits B28, B29. Those are show casings from 4199 Union Hill Road in the bedroom. Exhibit C430, which is 3122 Union Hill Road in the bedroom. And additionally, State's Exhibits B319, B320, and B321 from 4199. Also going to hand you what is marked as AA 116A, AA 1, backwards AA 116. So it's AA 116 and AA 116A. Have you seen those before?
Yes, these are the 22 long rifle cartridge cases recovered from 260 Peterson driveway.
I believe you had a couple of fired casings in here as well. If you would get those out for us. Tell us what those are.
This envelope contains the test fires that were taken with the firing pin from the Walther Colt pistol, the one recovered from the concrete that had been installed into the submitted Walther. These are the test fire cartridge cases that were taken.
I'm going to have that marked as State's Exhibit Triple V 11D. Give me 1 second. Hand these back up in here, sir. Shut that. And Mr. Boyd, you talked about comparing the shell casings. So you have before you shell casings from 260 Peterson Road, 22 shell casings from 4199 Union Hill Road, where Hannah Hazel Gilley and Frankie Rhoden were murdered, and 3122 Union Hill Road, where Dana Rhoden, Chris Rhoden Jr., and Hannah Mae Rhoden were murdered. Did you have occasion to compare those shell casings from those three scenes to the shell casings you fired in the 1911 with the firing pin you extracted from the one out of the bucket?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about those?
Yes, sir, I was.
And with a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, what is your conclusion?
I was able to conclude through the microscopic comparison that all of the fired 22 long rifle cartridge cases had been fired from the Colt Walther firearm that was recovered from the concrete, specifically the firing pin.
So those shell casings you talked about were fired from this firearm when it was assembled?
That's correct.
If
we could go to State's Exhibit Q41, please. And also be fair to say, like your other examinations, you used microscopes and zoomed in on the firing pin impressions, did you not?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And if you would, tell us what we're looking at right here, Mr. White.
You're looking at a microscopic comparison of a test-fired cartridge case compared to the evidence .22 long rifle cartridge case. You will notice the black dividing line that allows me to view both items in the same field of view at the same magnification to look for similarities. On the left is the test fire taken with the firing pin from the concrete installed into the reference firearm. That is that firing pin impression or test fires. On the right side is one of the evidence fired cartridge cases, and I'm looking for unique characteristics or similarities that existed between those, and I was able to conclude that the fired cartridge case had indeed been fired from the Colt Walther pistol.
And that would be the cartridge case on scene 2 where the homicides of Frankie Rhoden and Hannah Hazel Gilly happened.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Let's go to State's Exhibit Q42 if we could. And what are we looking at here, Mr. White?
This is another picture of comparison of the firing pin impression to one of the fired cartridge cases from scene 2. You're looking at the end of the cartridge case, the firing pin impression, the corner of it where it does not extend off the head of the cartridge case. You're looking at the correspondence of characteristics exhibited between them. Again, you can see this dividing line separating the test on the left side to the evidence on the right side. And again, I was able to conclude the fired cartridge case had been fired from the Colt Walther pistol, the 1911-22 pistol recovered from the concrete.
And let's move to State's Exhibit Q43 if we could. And what are we looking at here, Mr. White?
This is a microscopic comparison of the test fire to one of the fired .22 long rifle cartridge cases from scene 3. Again, you'll see the dividing line, the test on the left, evidence on the right, and you're looking for unique characteristics that were exhibited between those during that comparison. I was able to conclude the fired cartridge case, the .22 long rifle cartridge case from scene 3 had been fired from the Colt Walther pistol.
And State's Exhibit Q44.
This is a microscopic comparison just showing instead of the firing pin impression being oriented in the 12 o'clock position, it's just rotated down into a 3 o'clock position. Again, showing the comparison of the characteristics, the dividing line, and the correspondence of characteristics that were exhibited between them. Again, allowing me to identify the fired cartridge case from scene 3 as having been fired from the Walther Colt 1911-22 pistol.
And let's go to State's Exhibit Q45, please. Hey, Mr. White, tell us what your microscopic analysis on this one reveals.
This is a comparison of the test fire compared to one of the fired .22 long rifle cartridge cases from 260 Peterson. Again, you'll see the dividing line. My test is on the left side, one of the evidence on the right side, and again, I'm looking for these unique characteristics that were exhibited between the firing pin impression of the test to the evidence, rendering me or allowing me to be able to say the fired cartridge case from 260 Peterson had been fired from the Walther Colt 1911-22 pistol.
And let's go to State's Exhibit Q46. Is that a different view of what we saw in the last slide?
Yes, this is the firing pin impression has been rotated down into a 3-4 o'clock position instead of in the 12 o'clock position. And again, you're looking at correspondence of characteristics between the test fired cartridge case and the evidence cartridge case from 260 Peterson. Again, I was able to say the fired .22 long rifle cartridge case from 260 Peterson, all of those cartridge cases had been fired from that Walther Colt firearm.
we could, we'll get started on the second bucket. Again, in reviewing this firing pin impression, any doubt whatsoever that those cartridges, the spent cartridges, came from the same weapon?
No, based on my training education experience and based on my microscopic comparison of the cartridge cases, the firing pin impression left on the firing pin from the concrete, the Walther removed from the concrete, and as well as the evidence, I was able to scientifically conclude those cartridge cases were fired from that firearm.
Let's go ahead and we shift gears and go to the next bucket if we could. Mr. Wilson, if you would pull up State's Exhibit QQ47 for us, please. And how many buckets did you end up having to open up altogether?
In this particular item, there were two white buckets. This is how it originally came in. They were sandwiched together, and I had to remove the buckets, and then was left with a cylindrical piece of concrete. You can see the yellow chain attached to it.
Hey, did you use similar procedures in extracting items from this bucket as you did in the last one where you found the 1911 that where the shell casings matched everywhere?
Yes, I used a similar process of where I scored the concrete going along the entire axis of it, vertical and horizontal, and just continuing to strike along that fault line that I made to basically until a section of it would break apart or open up to look at the interior of it to see if there was any evidentiary items present.
And let's move on to triple Q48 if we could. In the same procedure, it would have been rather difficult to put the concrete pieces back in the bucket in the box.
That's correct. The concrete was broken down to approximately the size of maybe like a matchbox car, and due to the complication that would arise dumping all that back into the original cardboard box, they were placed into white buckets to secure those pieces of concrete.
Let's move to triple Q49. What are we looking at here?
This shows a section of the concrete that had broken away and became immediately visible that there was a cut portion of a Glock slide present, as well as right below it was a portion of the barrel. This is the rear portion of the Glock barrel. You can see the serial number present. This is the chamber end where the cartridge goes, and you'll see the portion of the frame that was cut as well. You can also see the number 22 present. That's a Glock Model 22. That's a 40 caliber or a Glock firearm chambered for 40 Smith & Wesson.
Just for the record, the chamber end of that barrel has a serial number on it. And would just read that into the record?
It is YV611.
Thank you, sir. And let's move to triple Q50. And what does this depict?
Further removal of the concrete began to make a portion of the slide or the frame became present. You can see the rear portion right here. This is that section kind of popped out or removed from the concrete. This shows as it was first seen.
And seeing as how Glocks, unlike a lot of other guns, have plastic frames, was it any harder to get out than the 1911?
No, it was still significantly difficult and had to be just chipped away the concrete to be able to remove the polymer present. Again, in the initial examination, you could immediately see this bottom portion of the grip has been cut, and there was a front portion of the frame has been removed as well during that examination.
Yeah, I think when you're talking about the 1911, you use the term, basically it was kind of like maybe an archaeological dig. Would that be a fair approximation of what you had to do on this?
Yes, essentially at the point that I recovered or uncovered a portion of the firearm, I would take a small chisel or a screwdriver and a small hammer and basically start chiseling away the concrete around that item until I could remove it from the concrete for further examination. You can also see in this particular firearm, there was concrete on the interior of the frame. That's the area that the magazine would be present. Unlike the previous example of the Walther, the magazine was present at the time. There's no magazine in this.
Let's move on to State's Exhibit Triple Q 51 if we could. Yeah, would you describe what we're looking at right here?
The previous Glock pistol frame, the cut portion, further removal of concrete, revealed the bottom portion of the grip that's been removed or cut off of that frame.
And State's Exhibit Triple Q 52.
During the examination of just the items during the uncovering, similar to the Walther, it appeared to be in multiple areas or types of damage present. There appeared to be cut damage present as well as heat damage present. You can see the rear portion of the polymer here. What you're looking at is this rear portion right here of the grip frame. If you were to pivot that up and look straight down inside of it, that's what you're looking at right here. And you can see where the polymer is melted. It's kind of warped and distorted just in this rear portion right here. And again, just to the very back of it, there was some distortion and warping present from a heat damage.
Was that the only warping, distortion, and heat damage you found on that particular gun?
Yes, it was. It was a very localized area. Again, this area right here is right here on the frame. No other area of the grip on the side or any area further of just this back area didn't exhibit any heat damage. So it was just isolated to just this rear portion.
And your training, education, experience, are you able to account or be able to determine how that heat damage might have happened to the end of that pistol?
It would be a very localized or very focused amount of heat, possibly from a torch.
Yeah, it looks like in the bottom picture, the internals of that pistol, well, most of it appears to still be there.
Yes, sir, that's correct. The metal portion here, there's a spring present. This metal portion, there doesn't appear to be any visible heat damage present on that. It's just to this rear portion of the frame, that polymer area.
Let's take a look at Triple Q 53. Why don't you take a look and tell us what we're seeing there, Mr. White?
You're looking at the end of a slide recovered from the concrete. This shows further removal of the concrete to expose more of the slide. Again, more of the slide, and then finally this rear portion of the slide that has been removed from the concrete, and the front portion has been cut off.
And you talked about the cutting on the Colt Walther 1911. Were you able to determine what type of general tool may have made the cuts on this Glock?
Yes, looking at the cut characteristics on that front end of the slide, those features appear to be in an arch type shape. There were multiple types of cuts on it, meaning it had started to cut and then repositioned, cut again. Again, that is consistent with a rotary blade type of cutting tool, such as like a circular disc on a Dremel or an ankle grinder, just a rotary disc cutting tool.
And how hard was the slide? That's not the whole slide, is it?
No, that's only the rear portion of the slide. The front portion containing the firing pin, or sorry, the front sight, that is not present. So this is only the rear portion of the slide.
How hard was this slide to extract from the concrete?
Similar to the other areas, it was fairly difficult. Each item, again, once the concrete was split apart and I could actually see that item, I had to just slowly chisel away the concrete to remove the item to prevent any damage to it.
Let's take a look at that State's Exhibit Q54. And tell us what we're looking at there and give us an overview of what we're seeing.
This is all of the Glock firearm pieces that were recovered from the concrete. These items were cleaned and assembled or arranged in this picture for demonstration, showing that the whole firearm was present. The top portion shows the barrel's been cut in half. The guide rod mainspring was cut across the slide and frame. Also, it shows the location of this cut, you'll see, is directly above this. Also corresponds to the barrel. That would indicate it was assembled when it was cut. So that the barrel, the slide, and the frame were all in a normal configuration. All of these cuts correspond in their location. You have the slide, the front and rear portion, this front portion of the frame, the middle section of the frame containing the firing pin or the firing mechanism, and then just the grip portion remained.
When you testified earlier in this trial about your firing pin characteristics on Glock handguns, you talked about, you used the term generation. What does the term generation mean in terms of a Glock handgun?
Glock, whenever they introduce a firearm, there's multiple generations, and generations will just mean a manufacturer will make certain improvements, be it a type of rifling, a grip change, the stippling, or the texture to the firearm. There'll be slight changes that they'll make over the years, and it'll just be categorized as a newer generation. The model number might be the same. For example, this is a Glock Model 22. You can see the number 22 here on the side. Shows Austria. It was made in Austria, and 40 Smith & Wesson indicates the caliber it's designed to fire. Glock has made that particular model multiple generations. There'll just be different features each generation might have of the newer ones.
And based on your training and experience, again, you're working as a firearms examiner for BCI and a forensic scientist, and basically just general knowledge, what generation is that particular Glock 40 Smith & Wesson?
This is consistent with the Generation 2 Glock. The Generation 2 Glock, this forward portion of the frame, notice does not have an attachment or rail present. It also has texturing to the front and rear portion of the grip, and it also lacks, there's a little indentation on Gen 3 and older Glocks for like a thumb during a shooting of holding the gun. There'll be an indentation right here, but based on the design of it, it is consistent with a Generation 2 Glock Model 22 pistol.
Okay. And what generation is Glock up to now? Is it 5?
Yes, the current model is a Generation 5.
Would it be fair to say that this particular handgun, this 40 Smith & Wesson Glock Model 22 you extricated from the concrete, it's in no way a new gun or fresh off the assembly line, is it?
No, it's an older generation. I don't recall the exact year that they were manufactured, but yes, it's an older firearm that is not currently produced in that generation.
Once you, actually, let me show you the actual gun here. In a second, I'm going to hand you what is marked as State's Exhibit Triple V12. It's all the parts of the pistol itself. Let me get this 1911 stuff out of the way. I forget my manners sometimes.
I can also identify this by the yellow tag on the end of the box. It has the item number, case number, as my initials.
Would you mind opening that up, please?
This contains all of the individual components that were broken down and individually labeled according to the diagram pictured.
Are those the same exact components you have depicted up on the screen?
Yes, they are.
And once you had the Glock 22 extricated from the concrete in its various and sundry pieces, did your investigation stop at that time?
No, it did not.
And actually, looking at those pieces, did you ever make an attempt to determine if it was able, or parts of it were able to discharge a cartridge?
In its current configuration of level of damage that's present, the firearm is inoperable.
So, based on your assessment of it, did you have any alternative plans or alternative methods to see if, say, the slide would discharge a 40 Smith & Wesson cartridge?
Yes, during the examination, I had set up a plan to be able to take test fires with the firearm, specifically the rear portion of the slide. This rear portion of the slide contains the breech face and the firing pin or the striker, and it's those characteristics that I'm going to look at in order to make my identification. So I need to be able to take test fires with this portion.
Let's move to State's Exhibit QQ55, if we could, Mr. Wilson. And basically, you talked a little bit about using that slide piece to do a test fire. Is that what you were alluding on the screen?
Yes, sir, it is. This shows the portion of the rear portion of the slide that's been cleaned up. And if you look on this interior portion, this flat area, that's the breech face. So that's the portion that the cartridge is going to set against. And you'll see this little rectangular opening here. We call that an aperture. And that is where the firing pin comes out. So the cartridge is set up against the back end of that breech face. The striker can come through that opening, hit the firing pin impression, or the primer, igniting the cartridge and firing. And through that firing process, the characteristics present on this breech face are then translated onto the fire components. And that's what I'm looking at in order to make my determination if the cartridge case has been fired from a particular firearm.
And what type of shape was that slide piece in once you'd got the concrete off of it?
It cleaned up really well. It was in very good condition. You can see the outside of it cleaned up well. The interior of the breech face and the aperture, the striker, was all in good shape once it was cleaned.
You used the term aperture and striker. Do Glocks use a striker, or is that the same thing as a firing pin?
Sometimes it's kind of interchanged, but yes, that's what we're talking about when I say striker, firing pin. And the aperture, again, it's just the opening. It's this rectangular opening. And a lot of times I can see a cartridge case and give a prediction if it had been fired from a particular firearm, because the shape of that opening, since it's rectangular, during that firing process, it leaves a rectangular impression on the fired cartridge case. So if I can see that impression on a cartridge case, oftentimes it lets me know that that is a possibility that it could have been fired from a Glock pistol.
Were you able to, maybe eyeball is the wrong term, but take a look at it, take a look at the fired cartridge cases you were asked to examine and look at the breech face of that particular Glock 22 slide and make a rough estimate as to whether they came from that weapon?
Well, based off the examination of the fired 40 Smith & Wesson cartridge cases, they did have a rectangular shape to them on the firing pin impression, on the breech face, and that is characteristic of a Glock firearm. And that was a firearm that was on my prediction list that could have fired those cartridge cases.
Now, looking at the rear end of that slide that you have up there, was the firing pin or striker intact and still in the end of that slide?
It is. It's difficult to see. You can see just a little tip portion visible, but yes, the original firing pin, the striker, it was present, and it was also in an undamaged condition.
Okay.
So just for the record, you had a chance to review it, take a close look at it, and you did not find any damage on that firing pin?
Correct. The concrete where this breech face was kind of encapsulated, there wasn't concrete, couldn't get inside of that, so the interior space of that remained relatively clean.
I'd like to move on to State's Exhibit Q56. And at some point, obviously with the Glock 22 cut up into pieces, did you still try to make an attempt to do a test fire on the end of that slide?
Yes, I did. Certainly, given the condition of the Glock pistol, it was inoperable and wouldn't be able to be test fired. So I was mainly interested in the characteristics that were on that slide. So in this case, I took a BCI reference firearm or a Glock pistol. I took the slide, I removed the slide so that you have just the frame and just the barrel remaining.
And once you did that, what was the next thing you did?
Well, the next thing I did was to install the rear portion of the slide onto that firearm.
Let's go to State's Exhibit Q57 and illustrate that. if you could.
So this shows the recovered rear portion of the slide, the cut portion. It was then installed onto the BCI reference frame with the BCI reference pistol. And you can see how much shorter the slide is from what the original configuration was.
Let me ask you this, Mr. White. Even though you've got the rear part of a slide, you've put it on a Glock 27 40 caliber, is it still possible to discharge a cartridge at using that slide?
Well, in this particular configuration, it did exhibit additional difficulties because the front portion of the slide is what helps to hold the slide onto the frame itself. So in this configuration, the slide could literally just slide right off the back end of the frame.
And did that stop your analysis?
It did not.
And let's go to State's Exhibit Q58. And what are we looking at here, sir?
This device, it's called a secure firing device. So anytime we get a firearm in the lab that is unsafe to shoot, be it any type of damage to the gun or could pose any type of safety concern for me to test fire the gun, I will use this secure firing device. It's a large steel box, and the interior of the box contains multiple padded vice jaws, and that allows us to clamp suspected or a suspect evidence firearm into it, and then we can remotely fire that firearm from a safe condition. In the event that firearm could catastrophically fail, we would be safe.
And let's move on to State's Exhibit Q59. And is that the interior of the secure firing device you just mentioned?
Yes, sir, it is. This is the interior of it. This shows the BCI reference pistol, barrel, and the rear portion of the slide that was removed from the concrete. It has been secured into these padded vice jaws. I also had to place an additional padding behind the slide because, as I mentioned before, there's nothing to prevent the rearward movement of the slide. So I had to put a padded vice here so that the slide can come back and hit against that. You'll also notice a piece of leather and a yellow string. We tie that through the trigger guard onto the trigger so that when we close up the secure firing device, we can pull the string and then that will remotely fire the firearm.
In your opinion, would that particular configuration with the slide on your reference gun, would that even have been remotely safe for someone to hold in their hand and fire?
No, it would not. That's why it was remotely fired from the secure firing device for safety concerns.
And were you actually able to get that to fire?
I was.
Tell us how that happened.
Once the firearm was manually loaded, it was placed into the vise, secured by the padded vice jaws. It was then closed up with the metal box, string attached to the trigger, pull the trigger, the firearm fired.
How many times did you discharge it?
It was test fired multiple times. I don't recall an exact number.
I think you may have included the test fire shell casings in there, did you not?
Yes.
You could let me get these marks. State's exhibits. Triple V11E. Isn't, I'm sorry. Yeah, I am not a numbers guy. Let's make this, we're looking at a different exhibit. I was still thinking 1911. Let's make this triple V12A. That will be the shell casings used in test fire. You know, since I'm actually going to just have to prepare these, and then we'll grade as we're at the end of this stuff.
We are running past our time. I don't know
Okay.
whether, I don't want to cut you off at an improper time, though. I don't shoot.
If you have too much longer, we can start up tomorrow, basically. He's got everything set up. We're just gonna talk about the test fires and the comparisons, but we can do that tomorrow morning. It wouldn't really break anything up, I don't think.
Well, I'd indicated the jury would quit about 4:15 today,
Yeah.
so maybe we need to do that.
Yep. We'll be fine. We'll just start up tomorrow morning fresh and finish that one.
Ladies and gentlemen, you'll be going home, so the instruction is that you not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else, that you not permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence by anyone, that you not do any research concerning the case, either as to the facts or as to the law of the case, that you not read, listen to, or view any reports or accounts of this case from any source at all, and that would include newspapers, radio or television, but also internet sources such as Facebook or other social networks.